Блять, все настроение испортил. Да, удалил вот, да. Да, блядь. Это явно сложнее. Это сложнее просто в миллион раз. Да ну жесть, с этими вылетами с трассы это просто нереально. На ровном месте подлетел. Хотя хз. Да ну, блядь, ёбаная камера. Бля, он подлетает на ровных местах. Пиздец, уже финишировал. Да, бля, он просто на ровном месте вылетает. Охуенно, блядь. Ой, бля. Ой, нет, это точно нет. Это точно нет. Да я же... Типа срезал или чё? офигенно просто. Бля. Мудила впереди прошелся и все обосрал. Ну, кстати, на самом деле, эта трасса не такая уж и плохая. Ну, кстати, да, вот эту бы я да и позадрачивал, наверное. Причем тут можно супер жестко оторваться. Блять. Не так, конечно, но можно. Если он от этой балки уехать раньше этих мудил. Да все, это фактически уже вин, можно сказать. Да, мне нравится этот трасса. На балке челиков я сейчас пробовал, там не работают обилки. Ну, значит, ты заебал его, каптейн. Значит, ты его заебал. Что непонятного-то? Опа! Уже -2. Кстати, теоретически можно, наверное, и здесь поскидывать их. Только опасно. Нахуй пошли. Бля, вот душная тварь вот эта, пиздец. Блять, да вы рофлите нахуй, а? Почему она-то настолько быстрее меня бежит? Бля. И куда откинет? Серьезно? Да клол, их тут можно тогда поскидывать в начале. Ну, это при условии, конечно, что я сам не упаду. Вот так вот. Так это же зимот вообще. Блин, жалко последняя жизнь, правда. Читеры-абузеры? Пошли они нахуй, они быстрее меня бегают. Это ненормально. Всего гонок выиграть? Ну вот это вот, если первое место займу, будет победа. Ну и это говно, естественно, выиграло, блядь. Тварь. Да, прикольная трасса, мне нравится. Блин, может еще жизнь есть? По-моему, нет, вообще нет. Наверное, нет. А, нет, есть еще одна. Погерс. Вот я вот ненавижу такое в гонках, когда вот ты играешь вот всю игру нормально, доходишь до финала, и просто враги начинают просто, ну, по умолчанию быстрее тебя ездить. Это такая тупость. Вот я помню в микромашинках 8-битных такая же дресня была. Сука! Ну все, луз. Бля, вот мудилы, а, ну ни себе, ни людям. Просто, ну бля, ну ни себе, ни людям. Ой, ладно, пойду перекурю. побежали. Ну, вообще, может, и пройдем тогда сегодня. Нам главное в начале, вот если на первой балке нормально сделать так, чтобы с тобой там ехало 2 челика, и там, допустим, если тебе удастся обоих столкнуть, то все, это вин уже, можно сказать. Ну или на крайняк просто дойти до... Там, с парой челиков уже дойти до второй балки. За что? Как бесит, боже. Нормально, все еще можно первым прийти. Нахер иди. Ну, конечно, ну, конечно. Найс, просто минус 3. С одного нитро. Блин, сраная лазанья. Вечно я в нее врезаюсь. Так, лазанья, лазанья. Отлично. Ну, слишком легко. Да, я из Ярославля. Ну, сейчас в Москве живу. Опять я прыгнуть забыл, боже мой, да в чем моя проблема? На тебе. Да, да серьезно, ну что это такое? Сколько она у него длилась, эта обилка? Что за бредятина? Мудила! Да что это такое? Пиздец, поднимайся, он меня с прыжка отправляет в космос просто. Ну да, тут уже вряд ли получится пройти. Ну, если каким-то чудом только угандошу сейчас вот этого чела. Ясно, блять, понятно все. Сука. Блин, ну вот тот, вот когда меня скинули, это фатально было уже. Все, от этого уже было не оправиться. Отстой, чё. Как они бесят толкаться, это же просто ужас какой-то. Неужели нормально нельзя себя вести на трассе? Что это было вообще? Что за дрифт? Нахуй иди. Своим языком. Да почему все время в щель-то? Ну почему не на балку он приземляется? Ну конечно. И снизу! Охренительно. Да, такой рандом, конечно. Такой рандом. Yes, понятно. Завтра резик будет. Завтра днем. Это не изометрия, это 3D. Просто из-за камеры очень хуёвая, к сожалению. Что? А что я срезал, по их мнению? Чё вообще? Прыжок не сработал, как всегда, в щель. Ну вот я не знаю, что это реквесты, просто мне надо здесь звуки слушать маленько. Ну ладно, прошли, слава богу. В смысле, я не реквесты думаю, а этот секретный плейлист, который в прошлый раз слушали. Ну, у меня одна попытка. Никто так не нашел на него ссылку? Нет, как на него можно найти ссылку, если он доступен только по ссылке, которая есть только у меня и у Альфонсии. Да хотя похер, ладно, давайте. Так. Вот здесь как раз она тоже в клипе бежит все время. Почему вроде стал прыжок, а ты не ставишь? Ну, потому что мне проще контролировать самому ситуацию. Мудила, сука, на самом верху поставила. Что, любите, когда вас тянки унижают? Да прекрати! Да прекрати, пожалуйста! Что это такое? Что за странный пиксель такой, в который надо попасть? Вау. Ну это да. Если во мне, да, нормально. Сраная лазанья, блин. Что-то знакомое. Точно. А сколько ей тут лет? Ну-ка нагуглите.
У неба есть небо, у моря есть море, у ней под
телефонный звонок. Конечно! Конечно! Ну ладно, хоть я оторвался хорошо. 24 ей тут. Ну, я так и думал примерно. Здорово, Готлуп. 23 даже. Девочки смеются. Нет, я без автопрыжка играю. Автопрыжок мешает. Я считаю.
Наверное, так суждено было судьбой. Холодный ветер в окно, окрик постой, и только долгое эхо разлуки.
Не получилось.
Звучало тихо в ночном переулке.
Ой, блядь, да ты серьезно?
В небе пасмурном таяли звуки. Ночь прожитых дней.
Ясно, понятно.
Ночь грешной души печаль. Ночь прошлое гонит прочь. В ночь, темную ночь. Я знаю тысячи слов, но промолчу я за святую любовь.
Чел, ну ты и мразь.
И помолюсь за тебя.
Ты чё, рофлишь?
Перед Богом. Пусть у тебя будет светлая дорога, а у меня в этот час
Да, здесь обилки не работают.
ночь прожитых дней вуаль. Ночь
Жесть, нет, скидывать очень сложно их тут.
Ночь прошлое гонит прочь. В
Блин, и даже не ресетнуть трассу-то никак. Тут из-за того, что камера так вот резко дергается, короче, в некоторые моменты, все ломается.
грешной души печаль.
Точнее, не камера, а балка начинает в разные стороны ехать.
Прошлое гонит прочь. В ночь, темную ночь.
Ну тут, конечно, чисто я сам виноват. Что я на первом круге там дважды упал. Так делать нельзя.
Я помолюсь за тебя перед Богом. Пусть у тебя будет светлая дорога.
Да, вот так тоже делать нельзя.
Этот час у порога.
Да что ты делаешь? Ну давай финишируй резче. Всё.
Ночь грешной души печаль. Ночь
Ну ладно, еще пара попыток есть.
прошлое гонит прочь. В ночь, темную ночь. Ночь прожитых дней вуаль. Ночь грешной души печаль. Ночь прошлое гонит прочь. В ночь, темную ночь.
Блин, все успели, конечно же. Так, ладно, в такой толпе, наверное, лучше не выебываться. Просто попробуем хорошо пройти. Насколько это возможно.
Давай.
Давай. Давай, 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 поехали, поехали. Блять, мудила. Есть! Ха-ха-ха! Победа. Поехали, 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 поехали. Есть. Найс. Помню, у меня с Витей Зуевым очень интересный диалог был про Штирлица. Он говорил, что типа шпион такого уровня невозможен просто. Так, пройдено чё? Реворд V4, кредит, не символик. Окей, и чё? И все? А. Так, да ко мне и плюс игр-то не прилетало от брови? Или минус игр там, вдруг внезапно? У меня X5, да? Чё пьешь? Швепс Джинджер Эль. На перерыве с ТРГ? Ну, я не помню. Типа, он с тех пор, как я не играл в РГ, он разве тоже не играл? По-моему, играл. Так, окей, ладно. Будем считать тогда, что... А, кстати, а что там по доку вообще? В доке же должно быть указано. X5 написано. Ну окей, X4. Так, ну шо, ГБА, давно не виделись, как говорится. Как говорится, давно не виделись. Ну давай. Пожалуйста, игру про принцесс. Давай, про принцесс. Что-нибудь на часик, а? На часик. Не надо длинных игр, пожалуйста. Лучше дрочную, но короткую. Винкс. Я хз, что это. Так. Но по названию не похоже уже на РПГ. Что радует. Так. Винкс. Есть такая. Чел, что ты хочешь? Винкс. Ты не будешь у меня все равно на руке лежать, чел. Мне потому что так неудобно. Метро 3D Incorporated. Crowfish Interactive. Так, ну пока все хорошо. Cinemaware. Так. Wings Press Start. Ага, так. На ютубе они сейчас лонгплей? Это хорошо. А, да. Геймпад-то другой. Options. Input set. Config 1. Так, up, down, left, right. B, left, right. Select. Start. Ага. Бля, вот бы скролл-шутан, а. Как было бы круто. We thought we were introducing into the world an innovation that would make further practically impossible. Right, brother, December. Ну да, конечно. По Первой мировой прям? Ну что, за союзников или за немцев? Ну ладно, за союзников, ладно. Play Campaign, Gallery, New Campaign. Европа, 1914 год. Вот это шрифт! Да, убийство архгерцога Фердинанда. Thrown to the Австро-Венгрия. Молодым сербским националистам, да, Гаврилой Принципом. Destination to War, Сербия. Да, Австро-Венгрия объявил войну Сербии. Короче, начало войны описывается. Ну, естественно, тут типа поверхностно так не описать это. Там довольно интересный процесс был, между прочим. Короче, пройдем эту игру, посмотрим несколько видосов и похрючим. Про Первую мировую. Вот таких видосов просто, бля. Даже хейтеры истории будут смотреть. Джей МакГи, ну допустим. Во Францию летим. Точнее, не во Францию, на границу Франции и Германии. И Бельгии. Enlist today and fly for England. Хорошо. Когда игра тоже начнется? Я просто боюсь, что сейчас какой-нибудь начнется военный симулятор просто. И вот тогда мы познаем всю бой. Пожалуйста, только не... Пусть это будет скролл-шутер. Просто скролл-шутер. Пожалуйста. Да господи. А, вот так вот даже. Так, это наш. Так, ладно. Что по управлению? Patrol the western front looking for enemy scouts. Attack and repel any enemy planes. Окей. Вы чё, рофлите? Серьезно? Ну это же наш. Немецкие красные должны... Вот он. Едрить, тут даже обзор из крыльев есть. Что это было? Я его подбил? Да где он? Ну и куда он делся-то, блин? Да что это? А, вот он, вот он, вот он. Ядрить, таранит просто, а? Черт. Блин, это непросто, надо сказать, заметить его тут. Он-то по мне стреляет, что самое главное. Я вижу повреждения свои. Все? Another stunning victory for the squadron. We would celebrate well tonight. Кобра Пугачева невозможно на досверхзвуковых самолетах. Mission success, times dogfight, pilot J. McGree, раунд 13, хит 76%, статус окей. Big plane skilled 1. Save and continue. О, тут даже звание есть. Shoot down enemy balloons and fighters. Окей. Аэростаты сейчас будем сбивать. Мы столкнулись с ним. Another hero gave his life for his country. 28 лет всего. Блин, это очень грустно, кстати. Надо сказать, это очень грустно. Да, стоп, подожди, 18? Да, 18. Воу. Нет. Не бывать этому. Да чел, чё ты меня таранишь-то? Ты чё, мудила, что ли? Чё меня таранит? Он дурной вообще или чё? Это же немцы, а не японцы. Второй мировой. Давай, сука. Хочешь подокфайтиться? Давай подокфайтимся. Где эта мразь? На хвосте висит. Опаньки, добрый вечер. Не уйдешь, тварь, не уйдешь теперь. О, ни хрена, он уже развернулся. Мне нравится, как в это время мой напарник летает вокруг воздушного шара и не может его сбить. Странно, что нет возможности скорость понижать и повышать. Не, домой. Блин, охренительная игра какая. Ло, просто вообще. Вот это награда мне. За все мои страдания. Блин, да, в шар-то не так просто прицелить. Да нормально, горючки хватит. Спокойно. My guns are jammed. I'm an easy target until I fix them. Понял тебя. А как чинить-то? Так, все. Само чинится со временем. Да жесть, блин, чё так сложно-то? Пилот головой вертит. Я так понял, что типа относительно рандомно. Another stunning victory for the squadron! Стоп, а мне не предложили сохраниться или что? I haven't had a chance yet to talk about our airfield and the way... А, нет, был там сейв, да. And the way we lived here. Colonel Whitney have us a privileged day. Destroy German troops train before it reach shelter. Other target soldiers and guns. Окей. Что-то интересненькое. Listening to the crowd. I begin the long walk home to face the colonel. Окей. Ну кто ж знал-то? Кто ж знал-то? Success. Окей. Да, только мы дымимся уже, да? Я, по-моему, не весь локомотив-то вынес. Да, вон пушки остались. Вот теперь все. Ну что, всех добьем? Да, блин. Это не так-то просто. Блин, сраная вот эта пушка. Здесь, по-моему, еще один солдат оставался на этой стороне. А, нет, даже не солдат еще. А полоска вот эта справа красная, это мое ХП, типа мои повреждения, я так понимаю, да? Она накапливается всякий раз, когда по мне попадают. А, я могу ускоряться? А-а-а! Да, это мои повреждения. Все, надо сваливать на базу. Return to base. Once again we had struck fear into the hearts of the enemies. You have 3 points to allocate. Нифига, тут прокачка есть. Flying ability. Едрик. Shooting ability. Мех. Аптитуде. Что такое аптитуде? Это что за слово такое? Аптитуде. Уместность. Ну, это, видимо, починка, насколько быстро вот. А вот стамина на что влияет, я не знаю. А, ну, ХП самолета, видимо. Ну, Flying Ability звучит круче всего. Будем качать ее. Знаете что? Будем смотреть видосы, будем смотреть параллельно. Параллельно. Да, потому что я так решил. Я главный, я могу. Будем образовываться вместе. Так.
Hi.
Так, плейлисты. Так. 1914.
My name is Indy Nidell, and this channel, The Great War, is going to cover the First World War week by week as it unfolded 100 years later. From today, support for Austria.
Так, стоп. Ну, нам надо сначала ознакомительное видео посмотреть.
And he did tell the Austrian ambassador on July 5th that should war between Austria-Hungary and Russia prove unavoidable.
Вот, прелюдия to World War 1.
My name is Indy Nidell, and welcome to our new channel, The Great War.
Вроде оно. Да, part 1 of 3. Отлично. Отлично, все. Будем вместе образовываться, чат. Так, субтитры. Нам нужны субтитры русские. Да, все верно.
My name is Indy Nidell, and welcome to our new channel, The Great War. This show follows World War I from July 28, 1914 to November 11, 1918, week by week, exactly 100 years later. But in order for the initial weeks of the war to make more sense, we're doing these Prelude to War episodes to give you a little background. All here on our new channel, The Great War. Do you know what happened 100 years ago last month? On June 28, 1914, Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated. This was the little match that ignited the bonfire of the First World War. Now, it took a full month after the assassination for war to be declared. And on July 28, 2014, it is exactly 100 years since the beginning of World War I, or the Great War, as it was called, or even the war to end all wars. And unlike pretty much every other World War I show ever, we're going to ignore Franz Ferdinand for the moment and talk about some other stuff. The consequences of the Great War were massive and affected pretty much every person in every country on Earth.
Экзамен будет обязательно.
4 great empires ceased to exist. A bunch of new nations saw the light of day, and the explosive growth of an extraordinary number of social movements, such as internationalism or fascism, changed the world's political landscape forever. Just in terms of technology, the Great War moved the world ahead by leaps and bounds. Cars and planes had existed prior to the war, but by 1918 we had tanks and diesel fuel, bombers and fighters, and large planes ready to be converted into the first airliners. And the tragedies were enormous. Although completely accurate records are impossible, the war caused close to 40 million casualties, killed or wounded, including nearly 10 million dead soldiers, in a world whose population was only a quarter of what it is now. But why the Great War? Why start it? Why go through with it? There had certainly been enough talk about a European war during the early parts of the 20th century. Sometimes romantically, such as when military leaders who'd never actually seen combat thought about coming home covered in glory. But most often, it was talked about as a necessity. And this was driven by waves of revolutionary sentiment, strikes and violent labor unrest, and above all, feverish nationalism, which together came to steer the course of Europe in the early 20th century. Now, we'll go into that in detail, week by week. Think about a German Europe, not today, but 100 years ago. It's a theme that was certainly tossed around back then, most spectacularly in the bestseller Mitteleuropa. And I don't mean the Nazi kind of German Europe, but a true German-influenced and culturally and politically dominated Europe. You see, Prussia and then a unified Germany had emerged as the leading power in Europe after beating France under Bismarck in 1871, and things had just rolled on since then. By 1914, Berlin was the cultural capital of Europe, where you went if you wanted to study anything serious. Words like Hertz, Röntgen, Mach, and Diesel all come from this period. And British cabinet ministers, Russian Bolsheviks, they'd all studied in Germany, which had even replaced England as the industrial giant of Europe. Many people, not just German, dreamed of a German Europe, or at least a multinational German Commonwealth. Now, this Commonwealth could protect itself from England or the United States, could bring in raw materials from France and Scandinavia, would have its own coal and steel production, and hopefully even colonies in North Africa or in the Middle East where there was oil. It was an impressive dream, and it wasn't that far-fetched, especially when you think about what was going on outside of Europe at the time. See, Africa and India were basically being run from Europe. China was ready to collapse. The Ottoman Empire looked ready to collapse. What Germany really needed to do to succeed was to work with its German-speaking neighbor to the south. Germany had been allied with Austria since 1879. There was, though, a big problem with the Austro-Hungarian Empire because it was really shaky. Now, there's several reasons for this, but one big one that I'm going to mention right here, Austria had a serious mismanagement problem. Actually, when you look at the world around it, Austria was an anachronism. The rest of
Фуллскрин вам надо? Ну, тогда нам надо вот сюда переходить. Блин, а здесь вебки... Ну, давайте, ладно, сюда давайте перейдем. Вот.
of Europe was going through a huge age of nationalism, but in Austria, there were 15 different versions of the national anthem. Franz Joseph, the emperor, had been on the throne since 1848, and he was 84 years old. And he, too, was very out of place in modern Europe. And he made very questionable decisions. In 1908, for example, he made the decision to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina, which were nominally part of the Ottoman Empire. Now, this basically pissed everyone off, especially the Ottoman Empire. There were protests from all of the great empires, but especially noisy protests from Bosnia's neighbor, Serbia. And I don't know if it's quite possible for me to express just how much anti-Austrian sentiment there was among the Slavic nations and the peoples of the Balkans. Now, looking back, you might have thought Vienna would have said, okay, you guys can have a sort of pan-Slavic nation under Vienna, which might have cooled things off a bit, but they didn't do that. What they did instead was nothing at all. You see, for years, Vienna had been trying to control its minority nations by basically paying them off, to the extent that they had no money left for things like the army. Austria spent less money on its army than England did, even though the Austrian army was 10 times the size. So they couldn't afford to keep trying to buy them off, which didn't work out anyway. So Vienna basically did nothing and hoped there would be no catastrophic events. That didn't work out so good. Now, does this sound really complicated?
No.
Well, it is. There hadn't been a real European war in over 40 years, war being kept at bay by a complicated and constantly shifting system of alliances. Now, you should look it up yourself because it's really interesting, but here's the basics. Germany and Austria-Hungary were 2/3 of the Triple Alliance, right? Italy being the third part at the time, but nobody really counted on them to help out in case of a war. Germany and France had historically been at odds with each other, but even more so after Prussia walked all over France in the Franco-Prussian War. France and England were allied, but it turned out that in the early 20th century, there were French contingency plans afoot to invade England, and vice versa, so go figure. When Bismarck had run Germany, he had cultivated Russian friendship, but that was long gone. Much of the German elite now openly looked down on Russia, who allied herself with France when German industrial and military power really got going, and the Triple Entente between England, France, and Russia became official in 1907. The German Empire was friendly with the Ottoman Empire, and a true Russian nightmare would be the Germans in charge of the Dardanelles, through which Russia sent up to 90% of her wheat exports. Russia supported Serbia and all of the Slavic peoples, which meant they were banging heads with both Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire, and everybody was worried about another Balkan explosion. That's almost it, but not quite. Before I go, I'd like to mention the unique case of Germany and Great Britain. Now, the Germans and the English admired each other culturally, industrially, and militarily. Germany especially admired England's vast overseas empire and her navy, the greatest the world had ever seen. And many Germans were convinced that the British Navy was the key to her success, her power, and her empire. Now, I'm going to quote historian Norman Stone. The last thing Germany needed was a problem with Great Britain, and the greatest mistake of the 20th century was made when Germany built a navy designed to attack her. Pretty heavy words, but think about it. The Kaiser, who occasionally ruled Germany by decree, totally ignoring the fact that the German people did not want war with anybody and admired and respected the British, built a navy. A navy built for only one purpose: to challenge Britain. Winston Churchill, at the time Britain's First Lord of the Admiralty, suggested a mutual pause in naval building, reasoning that for the British Empire, a powerful navy was a necessity, but for the German Empire, a luxury. But Kaiser Wilhelm would not have it, and he built up the German navy. That navy took 1/3 of the German defense budget, which meant that Germany could not afford a two-front war against France and Russia if such a thing were to happen. And it also meant that there were a bunch of giant battleships sitting in harbors, thumbing their noses at England. Now, there was substantial naval warfare, especially submarine warfare, between England and Germany during the war, but these battleships didn't do anything. They just sat there taking up space the entire war until their crews finally mutinied. They had much more armor than British ships, and they were really impressive, but they just sat there mocking England, whose response was to outbuild the German Navy 2-1 and make further defensive arrangements with France and Russia. That was interesting, right? Okay, I'm going to wrap it up here, but come back next time to see what was going on in Serbia, Italy, and other sunny places with long cultural histories. Don't forget to subscribe to get each new episode, and also, this show is available in German and Polish, so if you and your friends want to watch it, but English isn't your first language, links to those channels are below. One important thing before I go. You may have some questions at this point. You may be wondering, for example, what about the economic situations in these countries? Or what about the possible threat of civil war in Ireland? Or even, can you tell us about Konrad von Hotzendorf? Well, there's one thing you need to keep in mind. This show will run weekly for 4.5 years, and including special features will be around 300 episodes. So all of your questions, hopefully, will be answered and explained, but it takes time with such a huge project. We do welcome your comments and your questions, though, so bring them on. My name is...
Все, пока, хватит. Пошли еще миссию проходить. Patrol the Western Front looking for enemy scouts. Attack and repel any enemy planes. Окей, патрулируем. Ух, какой прям битва. 3 на 3. Была. В смысле, ну, а лонгплей у нее час. Да, блин! Стой, 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 стой. Гад. Да! Ну ладно, это я сам виноват. Удобно стрелять через пропеллер? Нет, не особо, но что поделать? Ну, блин, стрелять себе через пропеллер, это знаешь, все равно, что стрелять себе, типа, взять ствол, короче, знаешь, ногу так выставить и стрелять, короче, между большим и этим, и следующим пальцем. Этот меня сам затаранил. Спасибо, ласка за сотку. Про вызов кораблями Англии неверно, О, бля, началось! Смотрите, а! Исторические эксперты подъехали. Неверно там было. Да, неверно. Я лучше разбираюсь, мне виднее. Ё-моё. Чел, ну подожди меня, плиз. Блин, нормально я уже дамага, кстати, наловил. Так, -1. Ну и чё, и где все? Блин, ну начинается. Так, все. -2. А, все уже. Ну что, следующую? Следующий видос или еще миссию? Ну, миссию так миссию, ладно. Бомбу сейчас будем кидать с самолета. Bomb 3 bridges, stopping German troops from reaching the front line. Enemy guns. Так, окей. Ага. With only 4 bombs strapped to my wings, I couldn't afford to miss. I was hoping the German gunners didn't hit me while I was still carrying the bombs. I didn't want to end up like poor Trafford stretched across half of France. Погерс какой! Так, -1 мост. -2. Блин, это непросто. Нормально. Hitting the Huns where it hurts, I turned from the smoking ruins and headed for home victorious. Первый лейтенант! Ух ты! 2 поинта у нас есть. Мы будем flying ability докачивать. Я не знаю, на что она влияет, но, по-моему, это супер круто. Так, ну все, теперь смотрим следующий видос.
Indy Nidell, and this channel, The Great War, follows World War I week by week exactly 100 years later. But before we can do that properly, we thought we'd give you a little background on Europe in 1914. Okay, the immediate cause of World War I was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, which we'll cover in a separate special episode. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about the cultural hatred and nationalistic fever that led up to his assassination. This was something that was happening all over Europe. Heck, it was happening all over the world, but especially in the Balkans. So let's take a look at the Empire of Austria-Hungary and the Balkan nations. Now this empire, even as it still grew, was slowly being torn apart by the tensions of its multi-ethnic states,
Экзамен
in
будет,
particular,
напоминаю.
the Slavic ones. Now in 1908, Emperor Franz Joseph had formally annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now this annexation inflamed anti-Austrian hatred throughout the Balkans, but especially in Serbia, who were denied the chance of an Adriatic port by Austrian expansion into 375 miles of predominantly Slavic territory. This also gave Austria a base that she could use for any military adventures against Serbia. Now what you have to realize is that the Slavs were split up between Austria, Serbia, Montenegro, and Bulgaria, and most of them dreamed of a pan-Slavic nation. These nations, though, except for Austria, had been not only part of the Ottoman Empire for centuries, but often violently oppressed parts of the Ottoman Empire, and only recently were they finally able to determine their own fates. So seeing Austria suddenly gobble up new territory with a sizable Slavic population, well, not good. If you look at Serbia in the first decade of the 20th century, here's what you find. First and foremost, a young and proud nation. Serbia had only gained its independence from the Ottoman Empire in 1878, and it was intensely nationalistic. The rest of Europe looked at Serbia suspiciously, though, and its catchphrase, "Where dwells a Serb, there is Serbia." Well, you can see how that didn't sit well with a lot of people, and let's face it, the only way for Serbia to have united the southern Slav peoples would have been to bring down Austria-Hungary for good, which would have taken a war, which is kind of what happened. Fewer than 5 million people lived in Serbia, though. So all intentions aside, that wasn't going to happen by itself. However, in the search for allies, Serbia alienated a lot of Europe by the brutal and often violent repression of its own minority peoples, especially Muslims. In much the same way, Serbs and other minorities were repressed by Austria-Hungary. So they didn't get a whole lot of sympathy. And also, endless Balkan violence was nothing new to people. In fact, it was just one of those things that most Europeans were resigned to reading about in the papers from time to time. Another murder, another bombing, in that far-off corner of Europe where such things just seemed to happen. And regime change was often by murder. Actually, stereotypes aside, the last did happen in 1903. King Alexander and Queen Draga were murdered in their private apartments by a group of young army officers, and their bodies were mutilated. Now, one of the men responsible, Dragutin Dimitrovic, became a national hero when he was wounded by royal guards. He was also known simply as Opis, and had been a founding member and leader of the Black Hand, who organized the hit on the king and queen. The Black Hand. You just sort of know from the name that these guys aren't going to be devoted to,
Говорила принцип справа.
starting soup kitchens or maintaining city parks. Anyhow, by the beginning of the First World War, there were thousands of members of the Black Hand, many of them Serbian army officers and even government officials. And this secret organization did pretty much what you would expect of a terrorist organization: plan political murders, train and equip guerrillas, and so forth. And they, and Serbian nationalist goals in general, got a big boost in 1912 and 1913 from the two Balkan Wars, which I'm going to tell you about right now. Okay, not right now, because to talk about the Balkan Wars, I first have to talk about the Moroccan crises. Now, there were two of these, one in 1905 and one in 1911, and you can look them up for details. But what they very basically and very generally involved was the Kaiser trying to drive a wedge between England and France, and hopefully even form an alliance between Germany and England. But they succeeded in doing the opposite, and made the alliance between France and Britain stronger than ever, and drove a deeper wedge between them and Germany. Another result was that France took control of Morocco. Now, at the time, Britain had Egypt, right? So what happens next is very important. Italy saw Ottoman land being seemingly handed out and thought, I gotta get me some of that. So Italy went to war. Now, because of all the Moroccan foolishness, Italy figured, correctly, that England, France, and Germany would do nothing to stop her. So she attacked the Ottoman Empire. The war lasted less than a month, and Italy successfully took Libya. And the dominoes start to fall. The Balkan states, seeing how easily the weakest of the powers could beat the Ottoman Empire, got together and attacked in the First Balkan War. Serbia, Montenegro, Greece, and Bulgaria, with Russian influence, formed the Balkan League, and together succeeded in driving the Ottomans out of the Balkans entirely for the first time in 500 years. It was a big loss for the Ottomans. However, 1 month after the war, Bulgaria, unsatisfied with the way the conquered territories were split up, turned around and attacked Serbia and Greece. The side note here, Serbia occupied Albania in the Second Balkan War and finally had a seaport of her own, but Austria issued an ultimatum to remove all Serbian forces from Albania within 8 days. Serbia complied. Now, as you may guess, this was all a complete mess, and here are some important results. Serbia pretty much doubled her territory in the Balkan Wars, even without Albania, and if you asked a Serb in early 1914, they'd probably say that wars seem to work out pretty well for them, but they pay a terrible price in the end. Between 1912 and 1918, 1 out of every 6 Serbs, men, women, and children, would die violently. After the collapse of the Balkan League and Russia's clearly pro-Serbian position in the Second War, Russia was left with only Serbia as an ally in the entire area. And Russia really wouldn't have much choice but to unconditionally support Serbia in 1914. Both Austria-Hungary and Germany were worried by Serbia's growth in both size and stature. And since a lot of German-speaking people saw Serbia as a Russian satellite, well, Austria was ready and willing to put its foot down on Serbian growth and Slavic nationalism. At the same time, after losing a war to Japan in 1905 and being unable to prevent the Bosnian annexation in 1908, the Tsar in Russia was willing and ready to put his foot down to prevent any further loss of face for Russia. And that's where we were in June 1914. All of these sides playing off one against the other, and at the epicenter of it all, in the Balkans, an organization that used terrorism and political murder to try and achieve its goals. And then Franz Ferdinand went to Sarajevo. If you missed our Prelude to War special number 1, you can click here and watch it right now. You can also check out our other social media platforms like Facebook or Twitter in the info box below for more information about the Great War. As any schoolboy or schoolgirl knows, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand...
Не-не-не-не, это после следующей миссии. Это после следующей миссии будет. Блин, такие рассказы травят. Defend the bomber from enemy fighters. Окей. Но топ-10 модов 2020 нас не интересует. Это мод за 2020 год. А не на 2020 год, понимаешь? Чел, успокойся. Блин, это сложно. Спасибо, человек Лутрин, за 62 года. Почти добили. Тьфу ты, ё... А, это Ганс Джемт. Окей. Я думал, это мы столкнулись. Так, все. Так, -1. Так, это наш бомбер летит. По бокам никого. Опа. Так, это, видимо, сбитый самолет. Что происходит, я не понимаю. Ты, как ты выжил-то, блин? Ей! Парапам-парам. 2 биплана убиты. Удалить клип один не помешало бы у меня. Скинь, кому было скинуть-то? Анон, ты тут? Ты в чате? Да хотя бы мне в личку просто скинь, господи, и все. Виспером скинь. Так. Ну, вроде удалил. А сколько здесь всего миссий? Вы уже глянули? Destroy the enemy aircraft's hangar. Other target enemy planes. Окей. Вот такие вот ангары, да. Замечательно. Сейчас будем бомбить. Так, вот они. Так, -1. -2. Блин. -3. Soar to the top of your squadrons as you fly through... 220 миссий over 2 separate campaigns. А, ну то есть 110 миссий. Так, и чё? Я же взорвал. Ну да, я все взорвал. Еще такие искать? Да вроде нету больше. А, вот еще 4. О, а, не, нормально. Да, блин. А, тяжело, тяжело им, конечно, тут поворачивать. Ну и чего? Еще один вдоль дороги. Да, да прекрати. Вдоль дороги говоришь. Ну давай посмотрим. А, да, и правда. И все, еще мало? Ничего не понимаю. Ну ладно, окей, допустим, взорвусь. Hitting the hands where it hurts. I turned it from the smoking ruins and headed for home victorious. А, нет, нормально. Огерс. Так, смотрим последний видос из подготовительных к войне. Напоминаю, что будет экзамен.
As any schoolboy or schoolgirl knows, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo, June 28, 1914, was the match that touched off the conflagration of World War I. My name is Indy Nidell, and this channel, The Great War, follows World War I week by week exactly 100 years later. First, I'd like to talk a little about Franz Ferdinand himself, so here's a very brief bio. He was born in 1863, one of Austria's 70 archdukes. It wasn't called Austria-Hungary yet. Now, he became very wealthy just before he reached his teens, when his cousin died and he was chosen to inherit a vast estate. Another death in 1889 changed his destiny enormously, the suicide of his cousin, Crown Prince Rudolf. This left Ferdinand's father heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, but he immediately renounced his position, leaving Franz Ferdinand next in line to rule the empire. He was still in this position when he died, by which time Emperor Franz Joseph was 84 years old and Ferdinand was 50. Now, if you read pretty much any bio, long or short, on Franz Ferdinand, you'll discover that not a whole lot of people actually liked him. Well, except his wife, the Duchess Sophia. She was a Bohemian aristocrat, but without actual royal blood, so the imperial house made certain that neither Sophia nor any of her children could ever inherit the throne. This also meant they weren't much accepted by the Austrian aristocracy, in spite of his position as the next emperor, and a lot of people went out of their way to treat the Archduke and Duchess like crap. One other thing that every bio is sure to mention is Ferdinand's passion for hunting. He apparently recorded over 250,000 creatures killed in his 50 years on Earth. Now, I suppose that's really neither here nor there, but what is here and there are Franz Ferdinand's beliefs. He was very conservative and, let's just call it, unenlightened to be polite. He hated the Hungarians. He thought the Slavs were less than human, and he actually referred to Serbs as pigs. He was also very strongly Catholic, which carried with it the anti-Jewish, anti-Jesuit baggage of the times. He did love his wife, though, with a great passion, and the preservation of the Austrian Empire. And that is something we'll come back to in a few minutes. Before that, let's meet his assassin, Gavrilo Princip. Princip was a member of the Young Bosnians, one of several violent secret societies in the Balkans, and one who decided to kill Franz Ferdinand when he announced his June visit to Bosnia in March 1914. Okay, so in May, Princip and 2 associates went to Belgrade, Serbia, where they were provided with 4 pistols and 6 bombs by the Black Hand, and Princip had some shooting practice in a city park. Now that's not especially relevant. I just thought I'd like to point out that people had shooting practice in city parks back then. So, at the end of May, Princip and company took an 8-day journey to Sarajevo, planning to kill the Archduke. It's important to note here that the Austrian authorities and the Archduke himself were aware of the danger of some sort of murder attempt, since these sort of things were pretty commonplace in the empire, and especially in the Balkans. Now here's a quote from Franz Ferdinand the day he began his journey to Sarajevo and his car overheated. "Our journey starts with an extremely promising omen. Here our car burns, and down there they will throw bombs at us." So, the evening before they were supposed to arrive in Sarajevo, right? Franz Ferdinand and Sofia surprised everyone by turning up early, just on impulse, and they had a really nice time wandering around the town, which was a pretty exotic place back then. And later that evening came one of the great foreshadowing moments of all time. A member of the Bosnian parliament who had urged Ferdinand and Sofia to cancel the whole trip for reasons of safety was presented to Sofia, and she said this: "Things do not always turn out the way you say they will. Wherever we have been, everyone, down to the last Serb, has greeted us with such great friendliness, politeness, and true warmth that we are very happy with our visit." Okay, so far so good. But then the guy, whose name was Sunarik, answered this: "Your Highness, I pray to God that when I have the honor of meeting you again tomorrow night, you can repeat those words." Then they had a big banquet that night, and late the next morning, coincidentally their 14th wedding anniversary, the Archducal motorcade left Sarajevo station. No fewer than 7 young Bosnian hitmen were deployed on the town's bridges, one of which the Archduke had to cross. Now, one of the young Bosnians threw a bomb at the Archduke's car, but it bounced off his hood before it exploded, wounding 2 of the Archduke's men. The motorcade drove on to the town hall, and they listened to a bunch of the usual speeches. And then, after that, Franz Ferdinand changed his plans. He decided to visit the men who'd been hurt by the bomb to see if they were okay. So he wanted to go toward the hospital. But there was a lot of confusion over the new route and who'd been told what and who hadn't been told what. So when the Archduke's driver turned off the Apple key, the general sharing Ferdinand's car told the driver, no, back up and continue on Apple key. So the driver stopped the car because it had no functioning reverse gear, and he stopped it right next to where Gavrilo Princip was standing. So Princip raised his pistol and fired twice from a distance of only a few feet away. Sophie died instantly, and Franz Ferdinand's last words were, Sophie, don't die. Stay alive for our children." Franz Ferdinand died shortly after. Now, it's pretty amazing when you think about it that this whole enterprise could have possibly succeeded. I mean, it was so incredibly amateurish, and had the Austrian authorities taken any precautions whatsoever, well, I mean, think about it. There are loads of people who think the Black Hand had more to do with it, but you'd think they'd plan a little better, or heck, plan at all. Anyhow, here were the immediate results. Word of the assassination spread instantly throughout Europe, and in Bosnia, by the end of July, more than 5,000 Serbs had been jailed, many of whom were later hanged when the war broke out. Princip was put in prison, being 27 days too young to receive the death penalty under Austrian law. Now, there were 1 or 2 European leaders who were seriously worried about the political consequences of the act, but most of Europe reacted by thinking it was more of the same. The usual Balkan business, another Balkan killing. There was very little mourning, even in Vienna, for the unloved Franz Ferdinand, and his funeral service only lasted 15 minutes. But there was one thing that became apparent only years later. You see, Princip, or the Serbs, or the Black Hand, or whoever you like to say was behind the killing, really got the wrong guy. Franz Ferdinand, for all his talk about Serbs being pigs or Russian autocracy being a good model for the future, for all his backward and outdated beliefs, had strong opinions on 2 very important things. 1, in contrast to most of the empire, he was absolutely against any war with Russia and stated repeatedly that he would do anything in his power to prevent it. And 2, since he put the empire above his personal beliefs, and to make the empire work once again, he was sympathetic to the idea of making the bipartite state of Austria-Hungary into a tripartite state of Austria, Hungary, and a union of the Slavic peoples as the third part of the empire. So when a Serb killed Franz Ferdinand, it was a killing that was not only against Serbian interests, but since the Austrian Empire used the killing as a justification to invade Serbia, even if it meant war with Russia, Princip killed the one and only person in the empire who was determined and able to prevent that war, Franz Ferdinand. This was episode number 3 of our Great War Prelude to War specials. Now, if you missed the first 2 episodes, you can click here to watch both episode 1 and episode
Террористы
2.
тупые уёбки, сосущие
When people
хуи,
think
все,
of
что
the-
я могу сказать. Смерти им в страшных мучениях всем желаю. Так, это у нас уже что сейчас начинается? Trench Warfare. Ну, короче, это нам уже не так интересно, как, знаете, нам что будет интересно? Уже начать непосредственно саму войну смотреть. Вот отсюда.
My name...
Мерзкие нотации в конце можно отблоком убирать. Я не считаю их мерзкими. И они мне вообще нисколько не мешают. Человек старался как минимум. Смотри, какую работу колоссальную проделали. Так. Давайте тогда перекур, наверное, небольшой. Или... Я просто думаю, может, кофейку себе сварить. Давайте тогда чуть побольше будет перерывчик, типа, ну, минут 5. Я пойду себе кофейку сварю, вернусь. И будем дальше играть. Нет, железный капут это убить из Зуева надо было смотреть на выходных. Так, все, перекурчик. А, неудача какая. Поставить чат отсрачивать? Так есть же модераторы для этого. Да как он выживает-то, блин? Столько раз в него попадаю. Ядрить меня насували. Ты шо, дурак? Давай, пушка. Ну, конечно, уже поздно. Так, есть один. Так, а походу моего напарника-то сбили. Черт. Да ты серьезно, опять? Да, моего напарника сбили. Домой. Ты серьезно? Не по... А куда надо стрелять? В люльку, что ли? But they paid a heavy price. Первый лейтенант Джей Браун погиб. Но вместо него прибыл капитан Джей Мэй. Я не знаю, надо переигрывать, не надо. Я, в принципе, могу попробовать его засейвить. Ну ладно, капитан лучше, чем лейтенант. Ну ладно, что это война, в конце концов. Без потерь никак. Strafe the German infantry in the trenches. Other targets guns. Окей. Сейчас будем пехоту в окопах гасить. Да. Подумаешь, господи. Едрить там пушка. Так, надо бы ее, наверное, вынести. О, блин, как сложно. Так, я типа сам решаю, когда закончить? Или что? Или надо прям реально всех прям пехотинцев убить? Да, повороты, конечно, здесь довольно тяжелые. Так ядрить, я сейчас взорвусь уже просто. Блин, жесть, это сложно. Так, все, кажется. Да, все. Сваливаем. Один поинт. Ну, я хочу докачать flying ability. Так, все, следующий видос. Парапам, парапам, парапарам, пам. Так, 7-минутный. Куда музыка во время перерыва играла? Вот отсюда. Может, тортика пойти себе отрезать? Да, пожалуй, так и сделаю. Ща, погодите. Погодите. Вот вам пока. Укупника послушайте. Сейчас. 1 минута. Ugh. Standartenführer.
My name is Indy Nidell, and this channel, The Great War, is going to cover the First World War week by week as it unfolded 100 years later, from today until November 2018, so you can really get a sense of just what happened as it happened. The active weeks, the passive weeks, the weeks of carnage, and the weeks of hope, we'll follow them all one by one. And we've made a couple of special episodes about the prelude to war, so you can get some idea of all of the forces in motion. We've also made a special episode about the assassination of the Archduke and his wife, as it was one of the pivotal moments in our history. All three of these episodes will come out in the next few days.
Здорово, да? Мы молодцы. Рамка сталкивания по размеру, да, потому что... Забей, не обращай
100 years
внимания.
ago today, on July 28, 1914, the Empire of Austria-Hungary declared war on the Kingdom of Serbia. Now, as you are probably aware, this snowballed within days into the First World War. Now, people often talk about the blank check, when Kaiser Wilhelm said on July 5, 1914, that he would unconditionally support Austria in whatever actions she took against Serbia. And this is seen as the main argument for Germany's responsibility for the war. But this is a little too simple. In the days following the assassination of the Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo by the Serb Gavrilo Princip, there were anti-Serbian riots and demonstrations in much of Bosnia, and official dispatches to Vienna that there was Serbian complicity in the plot. But general European reactions to the killings were quite mild. Austria, however, had big ideas, many of them coming from Army Chief of Staff Konrad von Hotzendorf, and I love that name. Konrad was a vehement imperialist for Austria and Austrian greatness. He's also been described as being, quote, the most dangerous kind of officer, both stupid and intensely energetic. There you have it. In fact, in the year and a half before today, 1914, he asked his government to go to war no less than 26 times, and it's very important to note here that his main counterweight, the man who repeatedly urged Emperor Franz Joseph against war with Russia or war with Serbia not to listen to Conrad, was Archduke Franz Ferdinand, now deceased. The assassination was, to Conrad, a heaven-sent means to curb Serbian power and ambition. Now, to understand the next few weeks, we really need to look a bit at both Germany and Russia. In 1912, the Kaiser had told Army Chief of Staff von Moltke and Grand Admiral von Tirpitz that, quote, Austria had to act vigorously against the foreign Slavs. If Russia were to support the Serbs, war would be inevitable for us. Although we think of pre-war Russia today as a backwater, this was not really the case. Russia had become the world's fourth largest economy by 1914. Okay, shortage of money had always meant before that she had never been able to build and equip her army like the Germans could, but more importantly, her railways. By 1914, though, Russian currency was on the gold standard, and the railroads were booming, and Russia would be able to easily and quickly defend her borders in only a few years. Now this was a big fear in the German high command, since Russia obviously had the manpower advantage. Once her railways were a match for Germany, well, German Chancellor von Bethmann-Hollweg's diary from July 7th tells us these thoughts, that Russia had become a nightmare, and that the German generals say there must be a war before it was too late. By 1917, Germany has no hope, so better 1914. As an aside here, this was the opinion of the generals and some government leaders, but it was not the opinion of the German people at large. You see, Germany had the largest population of socialists in Europe, and they and others comprised a big anti-war segment of society. So the Kaiser wrote on June 30th, the Serbs must be disposed of, and right soon. And he did pledge German support for Austria, and he did tell the Austrian ambassador on July 5th that should war between Austria-Hungary and Russia prove unavoidable, Germany would be at Austria's side. However, and this is really important, he also told his chancellor that he did not think there was a real prospect of war, that Russia was not close to being ready. The next day, he went on his annual 3-week vacation cruise to Norway, which is kind of not what you do if you were basically the most powerful man in the world and you were about to go to a major war. So in spite of it all, a world war was not on the Kaiser's mind. So, on July 7th, the Austro-Hungarian cabinet met to discuss Serbia, and they were for a war to reduce Serbia's size and make her dependent on Austria. On July 13th, a secret report reached Vienna from Sarajevo that there was zero evidence the Serbian government had anything to do with the assassination. Now, this didn't really change anything, but this did. Franz Joseph finally became convinced that Austria could take action against Serbia without any other powers interfering, so he agreed to issue an ultimatum. The terms of the ultimatum were finalized on July 19th. It had a total of 15 demands, and it linked the Belgrade government with the assassination, even without evidence. Now, you can look up the demands yourself, but here are a couple that really stick out. The Serbian government must condemn anti-Austrian propaganda and punish anyone who made or distributed it. And the big one, Austrian officials would participate in the judicial process in Serbia. Yep, they would be in charge of justice in another country. Now, as you may guess, this ultimatum was designed to be rejected. It was sent on July 23rd with 48 hours for Serbia to agree to it. 6 p.m. on July 25th, Serbia answered the ultimatum. She agreed that anti-Austrian propagandists would be punished and subversive movements suppressed, and actually agreed to almost everything else. But as to Austria participating in the judicial process within Serbia, Serbia simply asked that this demand be submitted to the tribunal in The Hague. Now, everybody except Austria thought this response was just fine, but Austria was determined to go to war. Actually, Russia suggested 2 days later that negotiations between her and Vienna should be opened to try and sort things out. This was refused. A British attempt the same day to talk Germany into having a four-power conference to also try to sort things out was rejected as well. And you know what? Here's something that happened then that remained secret until after the war. On July 28th, 100 years ago today, Kaiser Wilhelm finally read the full text of the Austrian ultimatum and Serbia's response, and he could see no reason at all for Austria to declare war. Yep, after all this had happened, the Kaiser wrote, "A great moral victory for Vienna, but with it, every reason for war is removed." And just about an hour after the Kaiser scribbled that in the margins, Emperor Franz Joseph signed a declaration of war on Serbia, confident of German support. And that declaration would turn out to be the death warrant of his own empire.
Варана насмешишь, как
We'll see you
говорится.
next week. Click subscribe to get each and every episode as it comes out. And if you like the show, but English isn't your best language, once again, this show is also available in German and Polish. You can find links to those channels below. Now, I'm sure many of you have comments, ideas, and suggestions. We're happy to hear them. See you next week.
Так.
My name is Indy Nidal.
Да, мы в курсе. Полетели? Destroy the German Zeppelin. Сейчас будем Цепелин сбивать. А, вот такая миссия. Ну окей. Прибыл вражеский гигант. Та-ра-там-парам. О, я капитан. О, 2 поинта как раз. А, блин, надо 3 было. Топ Pilots Confirmed Kills. Так, Джей Магри. У меня только 8. А почему это конфирм? Блин, а? Open a bonus dog fight. Ничего себе. Та-ра-та-та. Килл Карл Вон Шнель. Какой-то, видимо, известный пилот. Ого-го! Нифига он как настреливает. Ну ничего, мои летательные способности ему не превзойти. Я слишком хорош в полетах. Пипец, просто минус почти половина хп за один заход. Ничего, ничего, крутим его. Опаньки, чья это жопа тут? Ну где он? Чел. Что, у меня на хвосте, что ли, висит? Нет. Вот он. Был. Да, вот он. Блин, потерял. У-у-у. Да ты... Блин, как не вовремя. Домой. Пам-пара-пам-парам. 9 киллов теперь у меня подтверждено. Новая музыка. И следующее видео.
And welcome to the Great War. We left off last time with the Austro-Hungarian Empire declaring war on the Kingdom of Serbia, and I'm going to begin today with a couple of telegrams. Now, in Russia, there were very real fears that Austria's plans might extend to more than just Serbian occupation or Serbian punishment. Russia thought that Serbia might actually lose her independence. You see, Austria had mobilized 3/4 of her army, which was way more than enough to deal with Serbia. So on July 29th, as Austria began bombarding Belgrade, Russia partially mobilized her army just in case. The Tsar, though, did not want a war with Germany, who had pledged to support Austria-Hungary. So he telegraphed his cousin, Kaiser Wilhelm, quote, "To try to avoid such a calamity as a European war, I beg you, in the name of our old friendship, to do what you can to stop your allies from going too far." End quote. He signed it, Nicky. At the same time, the Kaiser was telegraphing back, quote, "I am exerting the utmost influence to induce the Austrians to deal straightly, to arrive at a satisfactory understanding with you." End quote. This was signed, Willie. However, that same day, the German fleet began to mobilize, and in response, the British fleet was sent to its war stations in the North Sea in case of a possible attack. Now, at that point, the allied pair of France and Russia were putting pressure on Britain to declare that in case of a German attack on Russia's ally France, Britain would join the war. But Britain, especially the Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey, wouldn't commit. Okay, important stuff now. Germany told Britain in a secret message that if Britain remained neutral, Germany would take no territory from France except her colonies. This provoked the opposite effect, though, showing Grey once and for all that Germany was committed to going to war against Russia. Now, in Russia on the 29th, there was no declaration of war, but a draft of nearly 6 million men began, and the army was already moving towards the Austrian border. And it was at 5 p.m. on July 30th that the Russian general mobilization began. See, the Tsar finally signed this order because of partial German mobilization and his worries about being unready on the Polish front. It all actually got a little confusing here. Okay, German Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg telegraphed Vienna not to mobilize against Russia, but the same day, German Chief of Staff Moltke telegraphed his opposite Austrian number Conrad, mobilize at once. So who was really in charge? And then Germany sent Russia an ultimatum to stop all war measures of any kind against Austria and Germany within 24 hours. This was rejected. Now you could see that this was becoming a real mess, but at the end of July, all of the various armies were pressuring their political leaders because many of the leaders were against the war, but the armies were afraid of being unready, and they all wanted to move as quickly as possible. On July 29th, a German ultimatum to Belgium was prepared. What?
Бельгия здесь при чем вообще?
Little neutral Belgium? Why Belgium, you ask? Here's why. See, if Germany was going to war with Russia, she could not help but be worried about France invading her from behind because, again, France and Russia were committed allies. So here was the idea, the moment you've all been waiting for, the Schlieffen Plan. Alfred von Schlieffen had been the German Army Chief of Staff from 1891 to 1905, and here was his big idea in case of a war with both Russia and France. France would have to be knocked out of the war immediately so all of the troops could focus on the more daunting task of attacking Russia, okay? So Germany would make a swift attack through Holland and Belgium, completely bypassing the heavily defended Franco-German border and sweeping down into Paris from the north. Moltke streamlined the plan a bit by skipping Holland. Moltke streamlined...
Да погоди ты. Знаешь, самое смешное, короче? Вот в Первой мировой Германия во Францию через Бельгию пошла, в Первой мировой. А во Второй французы такие сидят, типа, и, ну, когда там уже все к войне шло, они такие, ага, блядь, сейчас через Бельгию к нам пойдут, нахуй, через Бельгию, да? И построили какую-то там линию обороны, забыл, как она называется, просто какую-то неприступную, типа вот такой вот. Что сделали немцы? На танках, нахуй, по горам, блядь, по непроходимым, через Ордены прошли. Вот здесь вот, блядь.
Moltke streamlined the plan a bit by skipping Holland, but the idea was to take Paris within 6 weeks and thus avoid a two-front war. Now, we'll go into that in more depth later. But Belgium was neutral, and Britain had a treaty with her. And on July 31st, Britain asked France and Germany if they would respect Belgian neutrality. France said yes, but Germany did not respond. So Britain eventually sent an ultimatum of her own. If Belgium were attacked, Britain would go to war. In all of these countries, people were enlisting like crazy, and nationalistic fever was going off the rails. In France, for example, Jean Jaurès, leader of the Socialist Party, who was appealing to all the European working classes to stop the war, was assassinated on the 31st. Ironically, this actually caused more shock around Europe than Franz Ferdinand's assassination did. But it showed that in France there was a great deal of enthusiasm for the war. See, many people wanted revenge for the loss against Prussia over 40 years earlier. Back to Russia and Germany.
Стоп.
Revenge for...
Это, типа, призывники тренируются, а почему, типа, тут они одеты тут в рубашке с галстуком вообще, в жилетке? Это нормально?
The loss against Prussia over 40 years earlier. Back to Russia and Germany. Now, the
Прямую
day
войну?
after Russia
Да, можно, и
mobilized,
сегодня будет
Germany
ночью.
also mobilized. Now, this was presented in the Reichstag as purely defensive, okay? We have to mobilize to defend ourselves because they did it first. And this was pretty much the only way the German military high command could convince the Social Democrats to agree with the mobilization. And on the evening of August 1st, the German ambassador gave Russia the German declaration of war, which resulted from Russia rejecting the German ultimatum to stand down. Actually, as it turned out, the German ambassador actually gave the Russians two versions of the declaration of war. One that claimed Russia refused to respond to Germany, and one that said the Russian response was unacceptable. Yep, that's the kind of thing you want to avoid in a diplomatic service. The Kaiser at first ordered an attack on only Russia, but Moltke convinced him this wasn't really possible since most of the army was already committed in the West. And that evening, German troops entered Luxembourg to secure the telegraph and the railways. Here we go. On August 2nd, German troops crossed into France for the first time in over 40 years, and there were several small border skirmishes. At 7 that evening, Germany gave Belgium an ultimatum. Give German troops free passage through Belgium. Belgium refused. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France, and that same day occupied 3 towns in Russian Poland. On August 4th, German troops entered Belgium, and Britain declared war on Germany. Now, many of those in England who had been anti-war before were suddenly very much for the war. Grey, the foreign secretary, for example...
Там еще смешные линии мы с женой-то одна. Она же из Первой мировой, ниже Бельгии. Просто немцы прошли таким же путем, что и в Первую мировую в обход мы с женой. То есть они нихуя не подготовились к вторжению через Бельгию. Знаешь почему? Потому что когда Франция начала строить укрепление в 38-м и 39-м у Бельгии, бельгийцы сказали: хватит, ёбаный рот, ты нам угрожаешь, что ли? Ты где угрозу ты увидел в Германии в этой растущей войны машин, либо... Да. Ну, примерно так и было, да.
That if Germany wasn't stopped, then all European national independence was just a fiction. In the Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire began mining the Dardanelles on August the 3rd. Now, the Turks were not yet going to war, and we'll see more of them in a few weeks. But what of Serbia? I mean, this whole thing snowballed because of issues between Serbia and Austria-Hungary, right? Well, we're going to get into that in much more depth next week, I promise. Now, in much of Europe, there was huge optimism about the war. I mean, everybody really thought that they were going to win. Even though by this time there were several million soldiers marching around Europe, this was still the war that would be over by Christmas. The Russian High Command, for example, asked for new typewriters, but were told that the war would not be long enough to justify the expense. And because of all this, everyone's military plans called for huge immediate attacks, since there seemed to be no point saving resources for later when you could just win right now. But here's the thing. The wars people looked back on were short wars like the Franco-Prussian War, but they really should have looked at the American Civil War to get an idea of how long and how bloody modern warfare was going to be. All right, on August 5th, the German Empire reached her first serious military obstacle, Liege. Now, that day, the Germans failed to take any of the 12 forts of the city. Ludendorff managed to enter Liege on the 7th, but taking the forts was necessary for the German advance. Germany brought in her big guns, and this was accomplished in only a few days. But this is really important. You see, France and Belgium had strategically placed fortresses all over them. They were very expensive and heavily defended. But one of the first things the war showed was the technological advance in artillery. Heavy howitzers could bombard fortresses from 10 miles away without real fear of retaliation. And the fortresses were just sitting ducks. So all of the fortresses attacked in 1914 fell real quickly, and all that money and all that effort to build them up was for nothing. So, to bring us up to date, on August the 6th, Austria-Hungary officially declared war on Russia, and Serbia declared war on Germany. If you want to know what happened in the last episode, click right here, and let me know how you liked it. And if you have any questions, comments, or thoughts, put them in the comments below. Now, if you follow us on the other social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter, you can learn more about the Great War. We have behind-the-scenes footage and all kinds of other background information for you. In the last 2 episodes...
Дальше полетели. Полетели дальше. О, как раз, да. Все наши надежды на то, что дома мы будем к Рождеству, скоро рассеялись. О, в Турцию полетели. О, я главный в ростере, смотрите-ка. Та-ра-та-ра-та. Ну что, летим расстреливать Османскую империю? Игра супер классная, вообще я в шоке. Тут сколько было, получается, полеты от первого лица, полеты вот эти вот, типа, в плоскость. И еще что-то вроде было, да? Ну, короче, охренеть. Просто разные геймплейные моменты сочетаются. Потрясающе. И историческое прям, да? Patrol the coastland, shoot down enemy aircraft. В 2014 году вышел на пеку ремастер по ней. Да? Ну-ка, давайте линк. В смысле? Опа. Все, что ли? Опа! Прям в стиме даже. А, в смысле ремастер такой? Я думал там прям типа... А, ну ремастер, да, я думал ремейк. Ну давай посмотрим. Так, вам не видно, да? Сейчас. Ебать!
The German pilot we captured keeps telling us that the Central Powers are going to bleed France white.
Я только сейчас понял, это же довольно известная игра. Вот этот вот вид из кабины, где пилота видно. Я же даже ее видел где-то... У Бачила, помню, видел в его видосе про эту Commodore Amiga, где он сравнивал, показывал версии PC-шные и как они на Амиге работали. Там Wings как раз было примерно. Прикольно, чё? Ух ты. Avoid targets, Red Cross. Блин. Чат не пропал. Все нормально с чатом. Bombs the enemy gun emplacement. Sea mines and vehicles. Other targets. Окей. Ага. Угу. Угу. Очень тяжело управлять, сложно объяснить, короче, просто поверьте, что тяжело очень вращать самолет. Так, ну и Ластецкий давайте куда-нибудь сбросим. Ну вот на тебя, например. О, 1 поинт. Оп, все, флайнг абилити докачано. Дальше, я думаю, наверное, надо стамину покачать. Поехали.
We've seen how the mobilization for war really got going and the usual political intrigue. And today, we're going to see a little bit of fighting. I'd like to now direct your attention to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Austria was now ready for war with Serbia, and on August 12, 1914, the Austrian army invaded, having already bombarded Belgrade for a couple of weeks. A couple of things to think about, though. Austria-Hungary went to war to punish, destroy, or annex Serbia, but it's really funny when you think how little she seemed to realize that she had a much larger, much more dangerous enemy at this point: Russia. And a lot of the early Austrian maneuvers in World War I are a textbook case in how not to run a war. See, one part of the problem was that war against Serbia was really popular in Vienna. So Army Chief of Staff Conrad sent a lot more troops down to Serbia than you would expect, and a lot fewer to fight Russia than you would expect. And here's something else he did, which really pissed off Austria's ally, the German Empire. In order to send an even larger army down to Serbia, he actually arranged for troops that were heading to Russia to sort of secretly head to Serbia instead, without telling the Germans. So when they found out, they were really angry because Russia had like a bajillion men and Serbia did not. Now the Germans, understandably, asked if the troops could be rerouted back to the Russian frontier. And here is where you get an idea of some of the problems facing Austria-Hungary in this war. Austria-Hungary was multinational and had a crazy railway system that reflected this. In different parts of the empire, the railways were different gauges, so trains couldn't go through. And in some places, the train lines would just end when they got to an internal border, and you'd have to get off and carry stuff, or else go the long way around because Hungary or Bosnia didn't want certain trade to happen with certain people. So when Germany asked Austria if she could reroute her trains and turn the troops around, the answer was no. They couldn't reroute single-track railways in the middle of total army mobilization, so the troops would have to go all the way down to the Balkans before they could be turned around and then sent back to the Russian front. On top of this was a huge fear of railroad mismanagement. Now this was a justified fear, I suppose, because all nations knew that a country that could move her troops around quickly would have a big advantage over one who couldn't. So here's what Austria did. To avoid railroad problems, all of the trains were required to move at the speed of the slowest train on the slowest line for maximum coordination. And that speed was 10 miles per hour, 16 kilometers per hour.
Тут представьте сейчас, что вот этот чел KW сейчас вот начинает смеяться вот этим своим смехом, вот в этот момент, представьте. Все, отсмеялся.
That's how fast bicycles go. So the Austrian army invaded Serbia at the speed of a bicycle. But eventually they got two armies into Bosnia, about 110 kilometers at speed of a bicycles go.
Это чудаки... Это чудаки начала 20 века, что ли?
The Austrian army invaded Serbia at the speed of a bicycle. But eventually they got two armies into Bosnia, about 110 kilometers apart from each other, under the command of General Oskar Potiorek, who had never actually seen any military action before. Now, his army was poorly trained and equipped, and of course, the Slavs in the army were a little hesitant about fighting other Slavs, and Potiorek was also willfully ignorant of the modern aspects of warfare. Serbia, by contrast, knew all about modern warfare, having been in 2 wars in the past 2 years. The Serbs were also going to be fighting on their home territory, in the mountains, and managed to mobilize 500,000 people out of a population of only around 4 million. Pretty impressive. Of course, a lot of these people didn't have any rifles or any ammunition, but they certainly had confidence, which is odd, really, considering that there were 4 million of them and 45 million of the opposition. But Serbia really believed they were going to win. So the Austrians began crossing the Drina River to engage the Serbs, and we'll see how that went next week. In the west, the French mounted their first offensive of the war, occupying Mulhouse in Alsace on August the 8th. The German army counterattacked on August the 9th at Cernay and forced the French out of Mulhouse on the 10th. The French retreated to Belfort and then, on August the 12th, mounted a new offensive under General Paul Pau. Now, once again, we'll see how that went next week when France and Germany clash for real. Here's what was happening this week in Britain. On August 7th, Lord Kitchener called for 100,000 volunteers, Kitchener being one of the few who thought that this was going to be a long war. Although, by the 10th, the Kaiser himself admitted some worries about it being a long war once Britain was involved. Now, Britain had no troops at all in mainland Europe, but she was the only country that had a purely professional army. It was small, but it was very highly trained and totaled 6 divisions. 4 divisions were to be sent to France, and on August 12th, the first troops of the British Expeditionary Force crossed the English Channel. In 10 days, they moved 120,000 men without a single loss. Also on August 12th, France and Britain declare war on Austria-Hungary. It's interesting, actually, that England and Austria had been on very friendly terms earlier, and Britain certainly had no commitment to Serbia or anything. But if you look ahead through the August weeks, Britain became the vocal defender of the rights of the Slavic minorities in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, especially the Czechs. On August the 10th in the south, 2 German warships managed to elude the British and enter the Dardanelles. The Turkish Minister of War, the pro-German Enver Pasha, let them enter and said that if the British followed, they would be fired upon. But the Ottoman Empire was still neutral, so the ships were sold to the Turks, given new Turkish names, and raised Turkish flags. On August 12th, 2 naval blockades were established. One to prevent cargo from reaching German ports on the North Sea, and the other was a French blockade to cut off the Austrian ports on the Adriatic. In the North Sea, submarine U-15 was rammed and sunk by the British, the first of nearly 200 U-boat losses Germany would suffer in the war. And in Central Africa, on Lake Nyassa, a British gunboat captured a German gunboat. The German captain was not aware that he was at war with the British. True story. And just because there had been no right time to mention this before, I'm going to mention it now. Back on July 25th, the Kiel Canal was finally opened so that Germany could safely and quickly send ships between the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. Now let's think about something here. Now that we have a full European war starting, though not yet a world war. Okay, yeah, we did have gunboats in Central Africa, but still. We actually have a bunch of totally different wars at this moment, caused by different forces that make one big general war. Now, we've talked about this in earlier episodes, but let's briefly go over it again. Austria wants to go to war against the little guy Serbia because of guys like Chief of Staff Conrad, who have big imperialistic dreams. The Russians don't think that it's necessary for an entire Slav state to be destroyed because of an assassin or the Black Hand or whoever, especially when it's their only ally in a sensitive region. The British didn't much care about Serbia's fate. They were concerned with Belgium and German hegemony in Europe. The Germans want to take on Russia now because they fear that in a few years, Russia will be too powerful. But to do that, they also have to deal with Russia's ally, France, who wants revenge on Germany for the last war. See, these are all different wars, happening at the same time, but for different reasons. Just thought I'd point that out. This is where I'm going to leave you today, with German forces 80 kilometers from Warsaw, but come back next week when the carnage really begins. If you want to know what happened in the last episode, click right here. And let me know how you liked it, too. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comments below. And if you follow us on other social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter, you can learn more about the Great War. We have behind-the-scenes footage and all kinds of background information.
Напоминаю, что экзамен будет.
We really do. Many
Будет экзамен. Там какой-то странный был комментарий от Чубидзу. Как же балдежно слушать тембр твоего голоса. Может, ты имел в виду тембр голоса Инди Найджела? Потому что я там молча практически смотрю. Может, повторить я не успел? Вот теперь у одногруппников спрашивай. Конспекты. Scramble. Shoot the German bomber before it reach the fleet. Модик Сталкер, ну где-то недельки через полторы. Да, про Darkest Dungeon я слышал, про PvP. Ну куда ж ты делся-то, сволочь? Домой. Минус бомбер. Да, блин, ну что ты за бомж такой? Совместный стрим с Трамалоки? Это ты вообще с чего про такое заговорил? Ну и где вот он? Так, ладно, давайте с бомбером разберемся. Так, они приятеля моего сбили или что? Я не понял. Блин, кажется, реально сбили. Ну, я не хочу терять приятеля. Да. Дрянь такая, а. Так, завязывай бомбить, слышь. Так. Че, он разбился опять? Да ну ё-моё, а я могу здесь врезаться в землю? Да, могу, прикольно. Нет, я засейвлю моего приятеля. Блин, вот мне кажется, я могу первый самолет подбить в начале, вот в самом. Опять мы сталкиваемся. О, есть, найс. -1 сразу. Ну где эта тварь? Так, ладно, бомбер тогда выносим. Ну как не вовремя-то? Блин, закрысил мой фраг. столкнулись. Фух. Пам-пам, пара-пам, пара-пара-пара-пара-пам-пам-пам-пам. Protect the observation balloons from enemy planes. Ну, начинается, начинается. Да, боже мой, как же сложно тобой управлять. Ну почему они все время навстречу мне летят, а? Что ж такое-то, а? Чё? Мы столкнулись с кем-то? Муравьи, да, конечно, живут. С ними все в порядке. А! Да фук! Блин, ну почему вот нету хвостового-то управления нормального, адекватного? Почему только тангаж-то, ёбаный рот? Рысканье-то где мое, блядь? Рысканье мне дайте. Ну серьезно, ну блин. Надо, короче, вот этот кал качать все-таки. Правда, хз, что это вообще? Шутинг абилити или вот скилл механика? Наверное, все-таки шутинг абилити. Скилл механика, это чтобы быстрее чинилось. Ну, по логике. Да как, где мои эти-то? Награды все. Бесик Рейнджер 2 пока не хочу. 1917 так и не посмотрел. Destroy two Big Bertas. Guns, Planes, Red Cross. Окей, так. Ну и где эти бигберты? Мне что, искать, что ли, их надо? Что за бред? Ага. Не понял. А Биг Берта где? Ну это просто дресня всякая. Чё вообще? Ну это вроде не она, там другая была. Не, ну можно, конечно, их тоже бомбануть. Вон, наверное, она. Да. Стоп, ей мало одного попадания? Так, а вон вторая, кажется. Что, серьезно? Ей мало одного хита? Так, все готово. Нет, это не она. Ну, а где? А, вот вторая, все, нашлась. Так, готово. Vehicles, guns. Давайте еще повзрываем говно. Бамс. Так, еще две. Допустим, вот это и... Ну и вот это. Бэмс. О, 1 поинт. Так, да чё будем качать-то тогда? Да, медивак, конечно, он все любит. Я думаю, он сам. Стамина это хп, да, это рабочий вариант, то есть это понятно точно, что делает. А, ну или топик, shooting ability. The level of this ability effective the number of hits that you need in order to take enemy. А, конечно, тогда это, лол. Это же дамаг просто. Так, ну ладно, давайте еще посмотрим. Там сейчас самый замес пойдет.
Many of the generals of World War I were almost completely out of touch with the lethal technology of the 20th century. In August 1914, this became very apparent. It remained a problem throughout the war, though, and led to the catastrophic loss of millions of young men's lives. My name is Indy Nidell. Welcome to the Great War. At the beginning of the week, the Austrians were slowly invading Serbia. The Germans were nearing Warsaw and besieging the fortresses of Belgium. The French had mounted their first offensives before retreating, and the English were transporting over 100,000 troops to mainland Europe. What we'll see is that when modern artillery, machine guns, and trains that could quickly move millions of troops around the continent met field tactics from a century earlier, this week would spiral into some of the bloodiest carnage of the entire war. The French had a battle plan, Plan 17, which very basically involved a defensive concentration of forces along the border with Germany, with counterstrikes into Germany or possibly Belgium. The French army still thought it was the 1800s, and they went to war in brightly colored uniforms with officers waving sabers in the front, mounted on chargers, and marching bands playing music, and the standard form of attack was masses of men advancing the way they had for centuries in the open. Colonel Serret, the French pre-war military attaché to Berlin, had repeatedly told France of the benefits of drab uniforms to help defend against modern artillery now that war could be conducted at a distance. But he was ignored. His words proved prophetic on August 20th, though, as the French army, in their bright colors, were slaughtered at Morhange, where the German army had a hilltop base, which had an unobstructed view for miles and miles, and the French, over 40,000 strong in their beautiful blue and red uniforms, marched straight across open fields towards it, and the Germans just mowed down the French army column, killing thousands upon thousands and taking 20,000 prisoners. The French were forced to retreat all the way back into France, 25 kilometers within their own borders. The next day, the French mounted another offensive in the forest of the Ardennes, and French Commander-in-Chief Joseph Joffre, who during these early days of the war often seemed like dictator of France, he had it all figured out. Joffre, wildly popular in France and later known as Papa Joffre, had at this point never commanded an army before, nor ever worked with a general army staff.
Зато орденов полная грудь.
He had seen how strong the German left was the day before, and he knew how strong the right was in Belgium, so he figured the center was weak. He figured wrong. On the 22nd, the French attacked at Virton, just inside Belgium, in a heavy fog. And when the fog suddenly cleared, the French found themselves completely exposed to German hilltop gunners. And before you even try to guess what happened next, here's a little piece of information. French field regulations stated at the time that an assault could move 50 meters in 20 seconds before an enemy would have time to reload. These regulations totally...
Поняли, да? Один выстрел 20 секунд у них было написано. В правилах у них, в правилах игры у них было написано один выстрел 20 секунд. Выстрелил, по тебе промахнулся, ты пробежал на 50 метров. Да. Правила игры просто не поняли.
omitted the existence of machine guns. Virton was a catastrophe, and the French panicked and broke. At Bellefontaine, the French lost a third of their forces. At Rossignol, it was worse, as the French forces were trapped on a narrow road by German troops who were already well deployed among the trees, and the French were, again, just mowed down. And even the main French army further west was forced to retreat from Charleroi to avoid being entirely surrounded. On one single day, August 22nd, 1914, the French lost 27,000 killed, as well as those wounded, missing, and captured. This was the single greatest loss one nation would have in one single day during World War I. In fact, by the end of August, France had lost 75,000 soldiers killed in the war and another 200,000 wounded or prisoners. Now, France never fully recovered from this, but it's remarkable that she even recovered at all and was able to continue to fight. Now, the German army's problem wasn't so much one of being out of time as it was being out of touch. It was a belief that if an officer had been properly trained, then he would just know what to do in battle and could act independently of his orders. This independence would come back to haunt the Germans, and we saw it in play big style this week as the Germans launched their first major offensive on the Eastern Front. The German High Command, mainly Army Chief of Staff von Moltke, had given orders to the army in the east that they were not to make any attacks at all on the Russians until France had been defeated in the west. But the German General Francois, in the field, seeing an opportunity, had disregarded these orders and attacked on August 17, inflicting thousands of casualties and taking 3,000 Russian prisoners. The ironically named Francois was actually born in Luxembourg, but his father had been a Prussian general, and Francois was loath to give up any Prussian territory, being famously quoted as saying, "General Francois will withdraw when he has defeated the Russians." Francois believed that even though the Russians had the numbers, the German advantage in weapons and equipment meant that they should attack the Russians now. And he convinced his superior, von Prittwitz, to also go against orders. And on August 20th, the Germans attacked at the Battle of Gumbinnen. The German attack against the Russians proved to be a failure, and Francois and the Germans were forced to retreat, thousands of them killed by the Russian guns, leaving some 6,000 German prisoners in Russian hands. Now, Moltke and Prittwitz panicked a bit after this defeat and worried that Berlin might even be threatened by the Russian army. So Prittwitz retreated more than 150 kilometers, leaving East Prussia entirely to the Russians, and Moltke transferred several divisions from the French front over to the Russian front. However, if we look back over at the French front, the German army there was, as we've talked about before, implementing the Schlieffen Plan, by which they would sweep down through Belgium and northern France, bypassing the heavily defended Franco-German border, and ideally defeat the French within 6 weeks, so the whole German army could then turn its attention towards Russia. So Moltke taking troops away from France to use against Russia might not have been his best idea. But the Schlieffen Plan seemed to be going well. On August 20th, German troops entered Brussels, the first European capital occupied by a foreign army since Paris in 1870. But to really see generals being both stuck in the past and acting independently of orders, we have to turn our attention to the Balkans. By the middle of August, the Austrian army was firmly established on the eastern shore of the Drina River and began advancing into Serbia. Now, the Austrians soon learned the hard way that the Serbian army knew its business, and the Austrian army was hopelessly out of date. See, the Serbs used things like hand grenades, which scared the crap out of the Austrians who had never seen them before. And Austrian General Oskar Potiorek had no interest in things like artillery ballistics and modern mountain guns, and to him, infantry-artillery coordination didn't exist. Potiorek had actually been in the car with Franz Ferdinand the day the Archduke was assassinated, and it was he who had botched security that day. And like many of the other military leaders at this point in the war, he was a career officer who had never seen a day of battle. On August 15th, the Austrian army assaulted Mount Ker, a defended plateau about 30 kilometers east of the Drina. Now, it was tough climbing for the Austrians, so they had to leave their artillery behind. In the evening, in heavy rain, they reached the plateau. At 1 a.m., the Serbian troops closed in, opening fire on the sleeping and disorganized Austrians. And in just the time it took for the Austrian army to rally, most of its officers were killed, and hand-to-hand combat lasted till the dawn. And with the dawn came Serbian reinforcements and artillery, and they forced the Austrian army to withdraw. On the 20th of August, the survivors of Mount Ker retreated all the way back to Bosnia, having suffered nearly 28,000 casualties in the battle and its aftermath. By the evening of August 24th, no Austrians remained in Serbia except 4,500 prisoners of war. So at the end of the week, Germany was advancing in the west and retreating in the east. But what we see most...
Просто представьте себе, да, что у Австро-Венгрии там типа население там 45 там, миллионов, да, а у Сербии 4 там, или сколько там, 5 миллионов, да. И армия, размер армии Австро-Венгрии и Сербии. И сербы просто такой пизды им дали, просто, блядь, без шансов.
Most of all is a generation of Frenchmen being killed and maimed because their high command was in a Napoleonic fantasy, and the great Austro-Hungarian Empire, with its incompetent officers, outdated equipment, and outdated ideas, had been humiliated by a tiny Balkan nation. Over the next 4 years, warfare would basically move from 1870 to 1940. Death would come to soldiers in never-before-imagined ways. From the skies, on the seas, under the seas, above the ground, on the ground, and even below the ground. The mindsets of the men Leading these soldiers to their deaths changed only slowly, though, and before they caught up with modern tactics and technology, 10 million young men would die. We'll see you next week. Click subscribe to get each and every episode. And if you want to know how all this could have happened and why, you can watch our 3 Prelude to War specials right here. And if you have any comments or questions, put them in the comment section below. We're happy to have them. August 28th.
Где встать лось этому видосу? Это канал The Great War. Там более 300 видосов. То есть суть этого канала в том, что они разбирали Первую мировую на протяжении всех ее лет, с 14 там, по 18 год, неделя за неделей. Каждую неделю там выходил у них видос. Вот. Так, погнали. Есть видео Восточного фронта во Второй мировой, канал называется History. Ну, меня почему-то больше как-то Первая мировая интересует. Вот Витю, например, Зуева больше Вторая мировая интересует. А мне как-то Первая больше, как-то ближе, не знаю. Видимо, потому что просто Второй мировой прямо с самого детства тебя пичкали вот этим вот культом победы, культом войны самой, вот этого всего. И оно как-то приелось, типа. А Первая мировая, она все время как-то мимо проходила. Она даже в школах не освещалась вообще на истории толком-то. Потому что она там типа начиналась как-то вот участие, да, вот этой войны в Антанте, там, да, нашей России. Начиналась в Антанте, а потом все сводилось к нашей гражданской войне, которая у нас началась в эти годы как раз. И все внимание уделялось, соответственно, гражданской войне. Вот. Так, strafe the soldiers in the enemy trenches. Ну, понятно. Опять сейчас будем бомбить окопы. Ну, где тут ваши окопы? Ты, блин. А, слушай, ничего позорного в этом подписании не было. Там такая ситуация была, что вариантов не было. Так, что-то эта пушка мне не нравится. Домой. Самыми большими... Ну, слушайте, тут, на самом деле, это очень сложный вопрос, и вот так, типа, ну, нельзя вот так на него ответить, вот так вот. Типа сказать, вот это они виноваты. Нет, там много. Много причин очень было. Это серьезно, это очень сложный вопрос. Все это безумно интересно, конечно, изучать. Вот так вот, в осознанном возрасте. Не когда тебя в школе этим пичкают, да? Когда такой, да, блять, какая там история, чё вообще просто? Хочу в Денди играть там. В Доту там, в Counter-Strike, да, тебе говорит, историю учи. Только все желание отбивает. Ну, плюс еще история средних веков, блин. Вот история средних веков, это, знаете, вот что-то из разряда химии, наверное, уроков химии. То есть, я уже много раз это рассказывал, я знаю, что это не у одного меня, это у очень многих такая тема была, что когда, я помню, пошли вот в школу, я помню, что в детском саду, когда я был, я помню, безумно хотел в школу идти. Вот я помню, пошел в школу, я так был рад, там все такое, да. Я помню, мечтал, что поскорее началась химия. Вот поскорее, чтобы началась химия. Она только в 8 классе началась. Такой, блин, типа, так долго ждать, так хочу химию. Это будет так круто, там всякие опыты будут там взрывать, там всякое такое, ух ты, как здорово. И потом начинается химия, ты такой, чего, блядь? Чего просто? Что? Просто что? Вот так же и с историей, я помню, было. Насколько была интересная история древнего мира, там, древней Греции, там, древнего Рима, там, да. Несмотря на то, как там история, там, допустим, Римской империи, насколько там поверхностно там изучалась, но тем не менее, да. И ты такой думаешь, блин, история средних веков, там, рыцари в доспехах, наверное, так будет здорово. Ух ты, там, крестовые походы, там, вот замки, все такое. И начинается эта история средних веков, и ты такой... Блять, просто что нахуй, какие-то просто темные века. Ну, блин, средние века, по сути, они являлись вот этим таким провалом, как темная такая эпоха такая, после расцвета Римской империи, великой, и падения ее. По сути, средние века это вот, да, самая жопа. И она была такой скучной. У меня же такая ужасная учительница была по истории. Она вообще не умела ее преподавать. Просто кошмар. От учителя ведь так много зависит. Я, например, за одну какую-нибудь там... За один вечер с Зуевым, например, в баре где-нибудь, да? За пивом. Я, например, в плане истории для себя узнаю больше, чем там, я не знаю, за годы школьной учебы. И это сейчас не шутка, если что. О, это наш. Неорганическая химия достаточно интересная была. Ну, слушай, тут как бы это вкусовщина, понимаешь? Если тебе химия нравится, может тебе повезло с учителем. Как бы, вот я тебе что могу сказать, это раз. У меня учителя по химии хорошего не было вообще никогда. Вот, это раз. А два, я не знаю, неорганическая как-то она вообще... Вот органическая еще куда не шло. Там я что-то начал понимать как-то там... Что-то там дальше. Ну вот неорганическая, она такая душная была для меня. Просто кошмар. You had struck fear into the hearts of the enemy. Ага. Ну ладно, окей. Я пошел бухать бар, я пошел учить историю. Ну, не совсем так. Все, почему у Зуева есть пиво? Ну, нет, потому что он очень круто рассказывает. Очень круто. И он очень много знает всего в плане истории. Особенно в плане Второй мировой. Я помню, меня в школе больше войн всегда прикалывала внешняя и внутренняя политика. Я и так скажу, меня настолько это душило в школе, что я вообще не понимал значения терминов внешняя и внутренняя политика. Я такой, чё, типа... Я слышал слово политика и сразу, типа... У меня мозг переходил в режим АФК. Зую много лет, он своими глазами все... Ну, конечно, естественно, он своими глазами все это увидел. Естественно. Зуй знает насчет древних русов? Да. Он серьезно... Вот я помню, мы ездили, когда На день огурца в... Где это было-то? Праздник огурца. Забыл. Где это было? В Суздале? Вроде в Суздале. Вот, мы там пошли потом в музей в Краеведческий, и типа мы ходили, и типа Зуев, он реально как экскурсовод такой прям. Про экспонаты там что-то рассказывает туда-сюда. Ну, я не знаю, какой-то уникальный человек просто. Вся поездка-то его идея была, если что. Но Мэдисон уже уехал тогда. Shoot down enemy balloons. Ну, понятно. Серьезно, чел, ты чё? Нахрена ты в меня врезался? Пипец. Ну, не, на самом деле, спектр пупков я не согласен. Все бы специальными бы не были, но я много раз в этом убеждался. Правильный учитель, который действительно со страстью рассказывает свой материал, который действительно любит свою вот эту, то, что он делает, любит свою работу, любит свой материал, вот этот, все вот это до 90, наверное, процентов успеха. Если тебе такой учитель попадается, тебе начинает нравиться предмет. Вот, я говорю, у меня по истории, вот меня преследовали просто отвратительные всегда, ну, как, не то, что отвратительные, ну, никакие учителя, просто. В пятом классе у меня была такая учительница, типа, ну, там тогда было это прикольно в пятом классе, потому что у нас тогда в тот момент в той школе было много всяких экспонатов, типа, там, черепа каких-то там древних австралопитеков, там, макеты, еще что-то такое, там, всякое вот это. Она все это показывает, такой, пятиклассник сидел такой маленький, ух ты, как круто, как интересно. И действительно было интересно, да, но это просто материал такой был. Наполовину такой мифический такой, да, с всякими этими легендами, всеми этими богами Древней Греции. Потом 6-7 класс, кстати, среднего века у меня была ужасная учительница. Она как ведьма была какая-то. Я ненавидел историю просто. Потом я вернулся опять к той вот учительнице в первую школу. И там были вот, типа, 8-9 класс. Там были, соответственно, истории уже. История чего? Ну, вот как раз там вот эта вот война, там все вот это, да, вот Первая мировая. Я вообще ничего не знал по истории, вообще ничего. И потом я пришел в последнюю свою школу, и там вот был у меня вот наконец-то учитель-мужик по истории, который просто учитель от бога какой-то. Он так это все преподавал, я просто вот так вот сидел и слушал прямо все. Слушал, и это вот действительно был тот случай, когда материал, который тебе рассказывает учитель во время урока, тебе его достаточно, чтобы все понять и запомнить. Я даже не читал потом параграфы в эти в учебнике. Я помнил все с урока, я приходил и отвечал на отлично. Так. Самолет появился. Даже, похоже, не один. Да блин! Придурок! Ну, я тебе что, Виктор Зуев, что ли, чтобы такое рассказывать? Где он там? Блин, сбили нашего чела. Ну ладно, не буду уж переигрывать. Война все-таки. Что-то такое ощущение, что обоих наших сбили. Ну, где это мудила гороховая? Вон справа был. Так, пролетел подо мной. Опа! Стоп, их два? Или мне показалось? Ну, конечно, блядь. Что еще придумаешь? Да где же эта тварь-то, а? Блин, как они тупо исчезают вот так вот. Вот куда он опять делся? Ну, куда он опять делся? Блин, он меня сейчас собьет так. Нет, домой. Жесть просто. Первый, второй лейтенант погиб. Но зато нам дали майора и капитана. Когда меня повысят-то уже? Strafe the enemy trenches and guns. Ну понятно, опять по окопам летать. Да. Это здесь пушка была большая. Да, блин! Змейкой просто всех облетел. Опа! Привет. Игра похожа на БФ, но есть что-то такое. Я вот сейчас сижу и думаю о том, как бы сейчас балдежно было бы в БФ пойти поиграть. Не к тому, что эта игра плохая, просто что в Battlefield хочется. Да сколько ж туда окопов-то, жесть. 40. Нормально. Ugh. Да, боже мой, как же сложно им управлять. Так, ХП начинает уже заканчиваться. Какие шансы выбраться с ГБА? 100%. Или в смысле, ты имеешь в виду что, сегодня? Нулевые. Еще чутка полетаем, еще чутка. Живучий какой гад. Ладно, хрен с ним, пусть живет. Ух ты, целый окоп. Адольфа Гитлер? Нет, это турки. Это же мы сейчас против Османской империи воюем. Так, ладно, не будем рисковать. Все, возвращаемся. Итак, достаточно. Так, ну что ж, давайте посмотрим еще. Замечательный видос.
August 28, 1914. Throughout August 1914, as the war progressed in Belgium, France, and Serbia, the Austrian and German High Command either sanctioned or ignored the widespread execution and rape of civilians. A shocked and revolted world looked on. My name is Indy Nidell. Welcome to the Great War. Here's where we stood on the battlefields of Europe at the beginning of the week. In the West, there were 3 German armies, 750,000 men. The left flank was in Lorraine, and the rest were marching through Belgium at 30 kilometers per day, an amazing speed, and pretty much slaughtering the French armies they encountered. And the British Expeditionary Force under John French was approaching from the west. In the east, the Germans were on the retreat out of East Prussia, and the Russians were advancing. Now, in the west, after all the victories of the past few weeks, things were looking good for the Germans, but their reputation was doing anything but that. And the atrocities the German troops committed against civilians in the west grew and grew. In Dinan, German soldiers repairing a bridge were fired on by a few Belgian civilians, and as a reprisal, over 600 Belgian men, women, and children were shot. On August 20th, it happened in Andenne. There was even a printed announcement from German General von Bülow, posted in Liège, that read the following. The population of Andenne, after manifesting peaceful intentions towards our troops, attacked them in the most treacherous manner. With my authorization, the general who commanded these troops has reduced the town to ashes and shot 110 persons. In Tamine, 384 men were rounded up near the church and shot. In Rossignol, 122 people were executed for supposedly supporting the French army, who had just themselves been crushed there in battle. Now, there were dozens more such incidents, known collectively as the Rape of Belgium, but in Louvain, it was completely out of control. The Germans had occupied Louvain on August 19th, right? On the 25th, the Belgian army, coming from Antwerp, harassed the Germans. But once this was over, the German command decided the people of Louvain were to blame. So for the next 5 days, the German troops executed hundreds of citizens of both sexes, including many clergy, and burned the city and many of its famous medieval buildings. In the international press, there were horrible eyewitness accounts and even a headline in the New York Tribune, "Germans sack Louvain, women and clergy shot." 10,000 civilians were driven from the city. In total, over 6,000 civilians are known to have been killed in cold blood in Belgium and France by Germans in the first weeks of the war. Now, I have to point out that some people today believe that the charges of war crimes against Germany in occupied Belgium and France are greatly exaggerated or even fabricated. But this is completely at odds with contemporary evidence. And it's important to note that these crimes were not only tolerated by military command, but in many cases, even sanctioned by them. The stories of German atrocities were particularly abundant in the British papers, where propagandists wanted to move away from the killing of an aristocrat in a faraway country to atrocities closer at hand in Belgium as a moral imperative for fighting the war. Now, this would motivate the British troops enormously when, on August 23rd, the Germans ran into the British for the first time in the war at the Battle of Mons. Now, the German High Command had been mocking the British Army for weeks and joking that they should just send the police to arrest them. But the British regulars, the only fully professional army in Europe before the war, held off the numerically superior Germans for many hours, inflicting 3 times the losses they took themselves. German howitzers arrived in the afternoon, though, with which the British artillery could not compete, and the British began to retreat, parallel to the French retreat as the Germans quickly pushed through Belgium and slaughtered the unprepared French army. There was heavy fighting for the British along the retreat over the next few days, especially when they turned and held their ground on August 26 at Les Cateaux, long enough for thousands of men to withdraw in good order. A British general, Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien, had decided to stop and fight as the Germans were so close and the rearguard divisions were becoming so scattered that a catastrophic battle was otherwise inevitable. Smith-Dorrien was a general who had seen a lot of action for over 30 years all over the world with the British colonial army, and he knew what he was doing. Although the action that day would prove deadlier for the British army than the D-Day invasion 30 years later, Smith-Dorrien would give his army a 12-hour start on the Germans. But the troops were exhausted, and there was now even talk in the air that the war would indeed be over by Christmas, but with Germany the victor. Although on the Eastern Front, things to that point hadn't been going well at all for the Germans, especially after their recent defeat at Gumbinnen, which caused the German retreat. After this, German Army Chief of Staff von Moltke dismissed his paranoid General von Prittwitz and brought General von Hindenburg out of retirement to replace him. Now, Hindenburg had retired in 1911, but unlike many of the European generals so far this war, Hindenburg had seen action, going as far back as the 1860s. Now, on the surface, things look good for the Russians, right? But they had colossal logistic and communications problems. They didn't even encode their telegrams, so all wire communications could be monitored by anyone. And one tiny event occurred that had huge later repercussions. After the Battle of Gumbinnen, a note was found on a dead Russian officer that outlined most of the Russian plans for their offensive. Armed with this knowledge, Hindenburg and his second-in-command Ludendorff broke off the German retreat and decided to go on the attack. On August 24th, the Russians collided with the Germans, and the Russian center made great progress, but it was a complete illusion. On the 26th, the German western flank cut through the Russian left and cut off communications. And on the 27th, the German eastern flank did the same thing to the Russian right flank. The Russian army was trapped in the middle, running out of basically everything. And on August 28th, they began surrendering in droves, nearly 100,000 men, with 50,000 more killed or wounded over the course of only several days. This was the most spectacular defeat of the war and made Hindenburg a German national hero, even if much of the credit rightly belonged to the ironically named German General Francois. Now, there was a village nearby named Tannenberg, where in a medieval battle, the Slavs had defeated the Teutonic Knights, and this village gave its name to the battle, which would become a big symbol of German pride. This was a big moment because it put East Prussia, now totally under German control. But further south, Germany's ally, Austria-Hungary, was having huge difficulties with control, which the Austrian army used as an excuse for wartime atrocities of their own. The Austro-Hungarian Empire had launched this war in the first place to teach Serbia a lesson, or maybe even end her existence. So there was no love lost between the two. And when Austria-Hungary invaded, it provoked widespread Serbian civilian resistance to the invading army. Guerrilla warfare. Now this really upset the Austrians, particularly their stuck-in-the-past aristocratic military leaders who wanted the war conducted on their terms, and they decreed that they would deal with civilian resistance ruthlessly. And they did, shooting, hanging, and bayoneting Serbian civilians, most of whom were innocent, men, women, and even children. But the Serbian guerrillas were good at creating chaos in the Austrian lines, often waiting for them to pass before sniping them with rifles from behind. This was effective, but it had its cost. An estimated 3,500 Serbian civilians were executed during just the first 2 weeks of the August campaign. And we have a lot of evidence of this because executing Serbian civilians was not something the Austrians tried to hide. In fact, Austrian Army Chief of Staff Konrad von Hotzendorf wanted people to see these punishments, so many of the executions of civilians were photographed and the photos were published. Mass executions and mass graves. And here we are at the end of the week, with Germany ascendant in both the East and the West, and a terrified citizenry, including over 1 million Belgians, fleeing from the invaders. Now, many formerly anti-war people decided this week that the war was, after all, justified, and that Germany must be stopped at all costs to preserve civilization in Europe. And we see, years later, that the massacres of civilians by the Germans in August 1914 were a direct factor in the harsh conditions imposed on Germany after the war, which indirectly, or maybe even directly, led to Nazism and the Second World War. That's all for this week. Click subscribe to get each and every episode. If you want more background information on our program or more history info about World War I, then follow us on Facebook or Twitter, and please share us on both of those platforms. September 4th, 1914.
Так. Битва за Галицию. Сталкиваюсь с кнопки. Да ну, блин, камон, забей. Ну, Дидян, примерно это и сказали. Ну, чё ты доёбываешься, я не знаю. Ну, тебе чё, доебаться не до чего. Полетели. Пам-пам-пам. Текст. Та-та-та-та-та. Да в смысле? Так. Куда он делся-то? Так и знал, так и знал! Со своим, блин, столкнулся. Что за отстой? Как рыскания не хватает, жесть. Что такое рыскание, надо объяснять? Или все знают? Надо. Рысканье. Вот что это такое. Короче. Если, допустим, телефон — это самолет, который вот так летит. Рысканье — это когда он так вот летит и может вот так вот. Тангаж, соответственно, это вот так менять. Чтобы он так летал. Ну и крен это вот. 3 оси вращения. Ничего, просто просвещаю вас немножечко. Вдруг кому-то интересно будет. Вот видите, сейчас я не могу вот нормально сделать, потому что нету рыскания здесь. У меня только крен и тангаж. Всех убил сам. О, я теперь майор. Все училищем, все. Потому что я самолетами гораздо позже заинтересовался. Да даже если бы и захотел, я бы по зрению не прошел. Там нужно идеальное зрение. Я бы мог бы там, типа, даже в обслуживающем персонале каком-то будет, типа, там... То есть что-то связанное с там обслуживанием самолетов там какой-нибудь, да, там, типа такого. Но пилотом бы нет. Никогда не играешь в War Thunder. Он очень скучный, он не динамичный абсолютно. Такой реализм мне не особо интересен. Риск на шифтах геймбоя нет. Там на шифтах это обзор камеры влево-вправо. Ну или самолеты мы, да. Техникам, короче. Спасибо, профессионал, за 473.50. Просто рыской слева, лол. Да, но, к сожалению, не получается. Музыки не слышны, гачи звуки? Нет. Правда, после того, как ты сказал, возможно, теперь будет слышаться. strafe the enemy soldiers. Vehicles. Red Cross Moscows. Okay. Так, и чё, и где окопы? Ух, какая зенитка. Пошла-ка она в сраку, да? Ни хрена! Вот они где все были. Ща мы им покажем. Кузькину мать. Я не верю, вот эту машину надо уничтожать. На всякий случай взорвем, ладно. Красный крест же? Ну, там Красный крест, это обычно палатки имеются в виду. Как я понял. Ну, нормально. Вон, вот эти вот имеется в виду, нужно избегать атаки. Так, и что? Это у нас все? Или еще что? Ну, я так и думал. Блин, одна колонна ушла. Ну, я брифинг плохо понял, к сожалению. Но миссия выполнена в любом случае. Блин, а тут еще дорога была. Да, ну тут уже, наверное, поздно. Нравится игра очень. Зараза. Whistler is going to Kurt Marshall. Так, походу все-таки не надо было, да? Mission failure. Ясно. Да, их не надо было уничтожать. Rules in warfare, just as in any other walk of life. Сейчас переиграем. Ну, кто знал? Кто знал? Найс. Ну все, Красный Крест не пострадал. Парапам-парам, я молодец. 3 поинта мне дают за это. Бэмс. Да ядрить, я вообще в топе не поднимаюсь. 7-е место. Я даже, я помню, на 6-м был. Congratulations, you open the bonus dogfight. Так, ну походу новая кампания у нас начинается. Мой любимый виски. Лафройк. Хост от меда. Ну ничего себе. Спасибо большое, это же пердмех, за хост. Ну что же, во Францию. Килл Серк Хасан. Смотрите. ПВП у нас 1 на 1. Нет, дебандл, прости. Я тебя не помню. Который торфом дает, да. Ну давай. Раз на раз со мной. Я гордость британской авиации. Покажу сейчас тебе, где раки зимуют. Не. Последние пули перед тем, как пулемет заклинило. О, на 6-е место вернулся. Здорово, Востроник. Да, Никола, играть тебя помню. И тебя помню, Сиалейт. Шейтан Шиханта тоже помню. Да, насосали против Османской империи в Галиаполе. Насосали. О, Flying Circus. How the brave lads at the front join the British ranks. Вон Рихтховен. Ничего себе, против Красного Барона придется драться, походу. То есть Free Wings. Нет, Юрий Картошкин, тебя не помню, прости. Привет, Сифилис Ворк. Игорь Хлебала, да, помню. Тургор 64, спасибо за 9 лет. Клекрис, спасибо за 5 лет. И большие прохождения планируются в ближайшие месяцы, если есть такие. Завтра начну... Варпой, спасибо за 17 лет. Завтра Resident Evil 3 начинаю. Потом после него Metro Exodus. И потом возвращаемся к сталкерам с модами. Attack the German Supply Train. Комрад Кверт, спасибо за 13 лет. Так, бронепоезд сейчас будем взрывать. Ну ладно, это не бронепоезд. Это какое-то говно оказалось. Посвенция, спасибо за поняку. Так, что-то у меня есть такое подозрение, что я слишком рано его взорвал, и он теперь просто не выйдет до конца, и я не смогу уничтожить все остальное. Но это и не нужно уже. Да, блин. Да как мимо-то, ё-моё. Да что такое? Так, ясно. Бэмс. Да, блин, ну я ж прям в них стрелял. О, боже мой. Так, ну вроде как все, в принципе, можно возвращаться. Хотя нет, стоп, еще здесь пара пушек, по-моему, осталось. Ну, возвращаться уже и не можно, да. Бэм. Все. Порядок. А нет, все уничтожил. Все уничтожил. 3 поинта. Давайте стамину. Так, ну что, пора смотреть видос. Пора смотреть видос.
September 4th, 1914. After a month of fighting, the nations of Europe
Да, для тех, кто не в курсе, поскольку у нас игра по Первой мировой, мы в перерывах тут между миссиями смотрим историю по Первой мировой войне.
now all knew that this was a new type of war, with carnage on a scale never before seen. But the technology and logistics of modern warfare also brought with it a whole slew of unforeseen problems, especially as the war was about to go global and truly become a world war.
Почему не на русском? В смысле, ты видишь
I'm Indy
субтитры?
Nidell, and this is the Great War. Here's how the war looked at the beginning of the week. A Russian army had been spectacularly destroyed by the Germans at Tannenberg. The British and French were retreating to regroup around Paris, the Germans hot on their heels, and the whole world was now telling tales of German and Austrian executions of civilians in occupied territories. Traditional war had always had its fair share of difficulties, right? Transportation, supplies, and communications always seemed to go wrong, and World War I was no exception. But we begin to see that almost anything could screw up the best-laid plans on an extraordinary scale. Let's take a look at the war in the East. The Russian army may have just suffered a catastrophic defeat against Germany, but they were doing a lot better against Austria-Hungary. Now, the Russians outnumbered the empire roughly 750,000 to 500,000 in troops and had an even greater advantage in machine guns and artillery. Austria-Hungary, though, had won 2 quick victories over the Russians, but it was all downhill from there. Austrian Chief of Staff Konrad von Hotzendorf was overconfident, and he had a complicated plan to let the Russians in the south advance and then swing around them in the north. See, Hotzendorf was one of the major Austrian warhawks, dreaming of a glorious empire that stretched down to Africa and even to the Middle East. But in practical terms, he was a terrible general. He sort of ignored the fact that the Russians were heavily reinforcing in the north, and by September 1st, they began to bear down on Conrad with close to twice as many men as the Austrians had. Russia took Lemberg, one of the largest cities in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, on September the 3rd, and Austria was forced to retreat to the Carpathian foothills. So far this war, Austria-Hungary had been in a constant state of disaster, partly because of overstretch, but partly because of incompetence. This would not change, but there were also totally unforeseen problems, chronic language difficulties being a big one. The Austrian army had soldiers from all the many nations of its empire, Hungarians, Czechs, Bosnians, you name it, and troops from one region would repeatedly attack others of its own army, mistaking them for Russians because of the unfamiliar language. And the Slavic troops would simply desert at times because of being made to fight other Slavs, and sometimes even join the Russian army. There were also the huge open spaces of Eastern Europe. Units would become lost, sometimes for days, and just finding the enemy was a daunting task. Now, Russia had problems of its own, though. Although it had an endless supply of men, it could only afford to feed and clothe a fraction of them in an army. So you could avoid the draft for a variety of reasons, like if you were the family's main breadwinner. So in early August, for example, 2 million Russians suddenly got married, which would be funny if the ones who went to war weren't all dying. The problems of modern warfare were also being felt in the West, but in different ways. The Franco-British retreat had started. British commander John French was considering retreating beyond Paris, though, and when he learned that the last Belgian fortress had fallen to the Germans, he thought of abandoning the whole thing and retreating all the way to Saint-Nazaire on the Atlantic coast. He had nothing but disdain for his allies, especially his opposite number, French General Lanzerac. Now, Commander French said that the French army was the sort of people that he did not wish to continue fighting with, which is insane. I mean, they were at war, they were allies. But the retreat was managed really well. No big guns were captured, and there was never any danger of being surrounded. Now, part of this was that the French army now had a huge advantage, the French railway system. They could move around troops lots faster than the Germans could follow on foot. And follow on foot they often had to do. The automobile was still a fairly new creation, and most of the thousands of German trucks used broke down this month. The Belgians had, of course, sabotaged their own railways, and it would take weeks for the Germans to get them in order again. The Germans had problems not only with their cars, though, but also big ones with their horses, which were, by this point, dropping dead on the roadside from hunger and exhaustion, but were needed to haul the dreaded German guns. The German armies were following the sweep of the Schlieffen Plan, but on September 2nd, this changed. Instead of going to the west of Paris, they were now diverted to head east of it. This was because of good defense. One German army was stopped by Lanzerac at Guise and forced to head southeast, and the other had faced strong British support the whole way, and the sweep was abandoned. Lanzerac was a very cautious general, and though he was repeatedly ordered by his superiors to counterattack during the retreat, he wouldn't, saying he wanted to wait until open ground to use his artillery. Eventually, even with Lanzerac's success stopping the German advance, he was removed from command for being too cautious. Now, British Commander French was happy when Lanzerac was relieved of command, but he was far from happy when Lord Kitchener, British Secretary of State for War himself, had arrived in full Field Marshal dress uniform the end of August to meet directly with French and tell him to damn well work together with his allies and not simply retreat to safety. The British remained near Paris. The Schlieffen Plan, as it was conceived, might have been successful if Moltke hadn't diverted so many of his troops away. He had pulled troops away to fight the Russians, troops to fight Antwerp, for the fortress of Namur, but, that's war. So as the armies neared Paris, the German armies were now reduced in size to below that of the French and British, and they were much lower in ammunition. Now you can see that this was a bed of roses for nobody at all. And something else we start to see around now. This war was no longer a European land war, but was becoming an actual world war on both land and sea. Japan and Britain had had an alliance since 1902, and in mid-August, Japan demanded that Germany withdraw her warships from Chinese and Japanese waters and hand over the port of Tsingtao. And on August 23rd, Japan declared war on Germany. The Japanese landed.
Японские такие хитрожопы, типа, сидят в самой жопе мира, вообще никому не нужны, и такие, мы вам войну объявляем. Типа, ну это как-то, не знаю, забавно выглядит.
23,000 troops beginning September 2nd for the siege of Tsingtao, which would last all autumn. Kaiser Wilhelm said, "It would shame me more to surrender Tsingtao to the Japanese than Berlin to the Russians." He said a lot of stuff like that. New Zealand had its first engagement of the war, occupying German Samoa on August 29th to take the radio station there, one of several stations the Germans had in the Pacific. Now, the occupation took place without fighting, but it brought the war to the Pacific. This was not the first seizure of a German colony during the war, though, Togo having surrendered to the British and French 3 days earlier. And for Britain on her home islands, this was a dangerous time. Since the entire professional army had been sent to Belgium, and Germany had plenty of troops available to land in the east of England, there was a prospect of invasion. And with a bit of luck, an invading force might elude the Royal Navy. But on August 28th, at Heligoland, 3 German cruisers were destroyed by the British without a ship sunk, ending the threat. This was the first real naval engagement of the war, and as you all know, was very far from the last. So now, we have an actual world war on 3 continents, which brings with it all of the new problems of modern warfare. And though many of these are still connected with transportation, communications, supplies, and even language, they're on a scale like never before. And just as all problems in war cost lives, we'll see millions die as nations try to get a grip on 20th century warfare. We'll see you next week. Click here to see last week's episode. And if you like this show, please share our episodes on Facebook and Twitter. Tell all your friends about us. The first 5 weeks of the...
Так. Да нет, это понятно, просто это забавно, типа, ну, представьте, такая вот куча здесь, да, все эти месяцы в Европе, и там Япония просто на другой стороне континента начинает там какую-то войну. Я про это имею в виду. Я ни в коем случае не преуменьшаю их там типа, мощи и всякое такое. Ну, просто это забавно. Так. Микроперекур давайте, а потом продолжим. Вот. Так. Ой, не то. Так. Так, кто-нибудь уже почекал прохождение? Вот это вот как... Да хотя, наверное, проще самому на геймфаке глянуть вообще, сколько там еще до конца. Так, The Wings. А, просто Wings. Wings. Game Boy Advance. 22 часа якобы, ну это понятно, да. No fucks. Ага. Ну ладно, давайте посмотрим тогда просто, я не знаю, где-нибудь. Имеет смысл для батлы первой брать все допы или сколько их хватит? Так они, по-моему, стоят сейчас недорого. Ну, я бы взял, слушай. Ну, я бы взял, да. Так. Ну, здравствуйте, Алина Ринрин. Дела хорошо. Воюем в Первой мировой войне. Смотрим обучающие видео про историю войны. Так. Видимо, проще на ютубе глянуть. Так, Винг с ГБА Лонг Плей. Нету? Лонгплея-то нету. Много посмотрели уже. Сейчас скажу, сколько. 9 видосов уже посмотрели. Можно ли зарабатывать real money на Вове? Ну, можно, конечно, только это незаконно по меркам Blizzard. Тебя за это могут отлететь. На ГБА графоне лучше, чем на Сеге как так? Ну, это, во-первых, спорный вопрос, а во-вторых, ну, ГБА, потому что значительно позже Сеги вышло. Значительно позже. Несмотря на то, что это портативная консоль, она, возможно, мощнее была. Я просто не знаю, там по железу что, но в этом ничего удивительного нет абсолютно. Ну что, Алина Рин, как вам ремейк Resident Evil? О, как раз говорят про то, что, видите, линия русских была разбита. Protect the Elite Balloons. 6,5 из 10. Что-то маловато. ГБА 32-битная система. Ну вот и ответ. За 9 часов на хардкоре. Ну ясно, спидранер очередной. Очередной кармик помирает, видимо. Да, ну, конечно, такую игру наролить — это лютый вин. Что не говорите? Домой. Вы мне скажите, что хотите, чтобы вот это еще продолжали пару часов играть, или пойдем в Battlefield 1 поиграем? Потому что, ну, эту мы все равно сегодня вряд ли пройдем. Судя по всему, она длинная. Ну ты серьезно, чел? Мои любимые сигары? Я в своей жизни курил сигару раза 4, наверное. Так я не понял, Алина, вы что, прошли игру прям? За один стрим? Ну да, чё? Ну, это странно, третий резик довольно длинный был, насколько я помню. Да серьезно? Опять столкнулся с кем-то. Метров за 5 часов прошел. Ну, я не удивлен. Одна обещала, там брали часов еще что-то. Если он длинный был, оригинал 6 часов проходился. Ну, тебе показать, за сколько у меня он прошелся? Блин, ну как же рыскания мне не хватает. Тут просто кошмар. Еще и пулемет сам ответственный момент заел. Да, опять камикадзе проклятые. Ой, жесть, как неудобно. Только креном и тангажем неудобно. Ладно, мне не нравится, мы уже один шар потеряли. Привет, тут лут. Фу, блин. Я надеюсь, что я его смогу сбить. Так, домой. Ну, что за срань? Куда он делся? Ну, да, блин, ну... Готово. 2 килла. Опа! И еще один орден. О, газ. Bomb the German factory. Other target guns. Мгм. Так, вот такие вот. Так, вот они. Geometry Dash. Нет, не проходил. Так, -2. Может быть, еще есть. Сейчас посмотрим. Точнее, не может, а есть точно еще. Ага. Так, все. Ну, еще ганс надо повзрывать. Кот, что ты хочешь? Ну, куда ты лезешь? Ну, кот. Что? Что ты хочешь? Что? Погладить тебе? На. Все, доволен? Ты понимаешь, что я на войне? Или не понимаешь? Чего, у муравьев переезды, ремонт, перестройка? У меня все хорошо, они просто размножаются. Мне вот интересно, а почему конвенции в итоге запретили химическое оружие вот после Первой мировой? Запретили вот химическое оружие, да, там газ, там вот это все, но оставили там всякие другие. Тот же напалм, например. Ферма расширяемая, да. А, в смысле, пристыковать? Ну, там, они даже еще половину того, что им дано, не заселили. Даже близко. Напалм, понятно, что не было тогда, но тем не менее. Patrol the Western Front attacked enemy aircraft. Окей. Химическое оружие признано негуманным. А вот делать эта граница, почему вот химическое оружие не гуманное, а огнеметы, те же, которые были в Первую мировую, гуманные? от него умирают в муках. Ну так, блин, можно, типа, штыком в брюх спороть так, что даже кишки наружу вылезут, и ты будешь через несколько часов умирать. Так, -1. Мистер Кот, ты мешаешь. Застилили. А, ё-моё, каким чудом мы не столкнулись. Готово. Даже никого из наших не убил. Attack the German observation balloons. Окей. Негуманность в радиусе поражения, способе его остановить, подобное оружие невыборочное, то есть спокойно может попасть по гражданским. Ну, так же, как и артиллерия. Зараза, сбил нашего. Опять каким-то чудом не столкнулись. Домой. Pay the heavy price. Но тем не менее орден. Второй лейтенант Кудди умер. Зато дали майора нам. Рамзи. Так, ну что, давайте еще посмотрим.
The first 5 weeks of the war have seen great offensives by Germany, Russia, and Austria-Hungary, larger than any military operations in history. Hundreds of thousands of men have died, but today, all of those offensives come to an end. I'm Indy Nidell. Welcome to the Great War. At the beginning of the week, the French and the British were regrouping around Paris as the Germans advanced. The Germans were also advancing in the east, hoping to push the Russians back to Russia, while further south, it was the Russians advancing to push the Austrians back toward their own empire. 2 weeks ago, a Russian army had been absolutely destroyed at the Battle of Tannenberg, and though the Germans had been trying to press their advantage, there hadn't been a major battle since then. That changed this week. On the morning of September 9th, the German army, bolstered by troop arrivals from the front in France, attacked the Russians and once again simply crushed them at the Masurian Lakes, and the Russian army only escaped complete and total destruction by the remarkable speed of its retreat from the lakes, moving 40 kilometers a day to leave the Germans far behind. These two battles, especially Tannenberg, were truly historical victories, and they pushed all Russian troops off of German soil. They also destroyed Russian numerical superiority over the Germans for the time being. Now, Russia would still have a strong presence just across the border, but the Germans were no longer worried about being steamrolled by the endless Russian army. Here's a little anecdote from the retreat. Now, some Russian soldiers were trying to take a statue of Bismarck from a town in East Prussia to bring home, but their commander told them not to take it because he did not want there to be an international incident. Now, the Russian people as a whole might have been totally demoralized by the catastrophic defeats they had suffered against Germany had they not beaten Austria-Hungary nearly as badly in the Battle of Galicia, which also ended September 11th. Now, this was a group name for a series of battles over several weeks during Austria's offensive into Russian territory. These battles ended with Russia taking 130,000 prisoners and inflicting 324,000 Austrian casualties. Yes, you heard that right, 324,000. You see, the Austrian army, under Chief of Staff Konrad von Hotzendorf, had attacked with a much smaller force than the Russians had, and the failure was actually due more to Austrian incompetence than to Russian brilliance. The Austrian army was forced to retreat 160 kilometers toward the Carpathian Mountains. Conrad's failure and humiliation were now total. And remember, there were perhaps only 1 or 2 people on Earth who bear more responsibility for the beginning of World War I and all the carnage that was to follow than Konrad von Hotzendorf. Another side note here. At one point, a bit down the road, Konrad confessed to his staff that if Archduke Franz Ferdinand was still alive, he would take the man responsible for such military disaster, Konrad himself, and have him shot. It was also this week that saw the Pact of London, when France, Britain, and Russia agreed that none of them would make a separate peace with Germany or Austria-Hungary. They would fight to the end. In the Western Front, it seemed like it might well be the end. The Germans had advanced toward Paris for 2 weeks, and the final battle of that offensive was approaching. Now, as the Germans neared Paris, the French were finally gaining a bit of an advantage. In spite of their massive losses the past 3 weeks, they had a newly recruited and newly formed army, while the exhausted Germans had been advancing for 33 straight days. Also, the Germans had followed the retreating British not to Paris, but just to the northeast and south of the River Marne, overextending their supply lines and losing the chance to take Paris, which was the major goal of their battle plan, the Schlieffen Plan. So it was south of the Marne that the British and French prepared to do battle. The Battle of the Marne began on September 5th, 1914, a battle that the French and the British could absolutely not afford to lose. Over 2 million troops were engaged in this battle. The French used the railways to constantly take up new positions and outmaneuver the Germans. This might not have been such a big problem if the Germans had better communications, but von Moltke, the German Army Chief of Staff, was at Koblenz, over 500 kilometers away, and he practiced a system of decentralization where his generals often just did what they saw best. Moltke was also very high-strung, and by this point, he was talking to himself and writing letters to his wife where he would freak out about the amount of blood being shed and the feeling that he must personally answer to it. It's pretty amazing when you realize that the Germans had actually got this far when their generals often had no idea what the other generals were doing. During the entire Battle of the Marne, Moltke and the German High Command issued no orders at all, and the last 2 days didn't even receive any. The Germans had two armies here, and the western one, under General von Bülow, had been forced to make a new north-south line facing Paris to defend against French advances, right? Von Bülow moved troops from his left to his right to counterattack, but this counterattack opened up a gap between von Bülow and the Eastern Army under von Kluck, and standing before that gap was the British Expeditionary Force, who cautiously advanced. Von Bülow's army was now cut off from von Kluck's, with communications almost non-existent. This is where the taxi legends come in. As the French surged and the Germans reinforced, the French general Joseph Gallieni did something that he quoted as, at least out of the ordinary, and indeed it was something nobody had ever done before. Gallieni requisitioned all the Paris taxicabs to shuttle reserves 50 kilometers from the city to the front. Now, the automobile was still in its infancy, and this was over 400 cars, a huge amount for the time, and most of the soldiers had never had the luxury of riding in an automobile. Two things, though. The actual impact of this on the battle was quite modest, and the taxi drivers were paid. Their meters were running the entire time. On September 8th, the battle, and you could argue the whole war, and even the whole 20th century, hung in balance. Attack and counterattack all across the line, and it was simply a question of who would crack first. It was a night attack on the 8th, when the French captured Marchais-en-Brie, that really turned the tide. When von Bülow fought back, the gap between his army and von Kluck's grew to 30 kilometers. He was outnumbered. The British were now well into the gap, and in the wee hours, von Bülow gave the order to retreat. At 9:02 a.m. on September 9th, 1914, the German forces began to withdraw. On September 9th, the Germans were driven back across the Marne, and on the 13th across the Aisne, a total retreat of 100 kilometers. And it was there, on a ridge, that the German troops dug in. And we now see one of the unsung military advances of the war, the spade in action. The Germans used it, the French did not. So the Germans could dig in, not so the French. And there's no telling how many thousands of Frenchmen were lost to the German advance because of such a simple tool. See, a man in a hole is impossible for artillery to spot, and he can't be shot by a rifle, and hand grenades would require close contact. For many Frenchmen, though, using such a defense was a dishonorable means of conducting a battle. They would soon learn that honor had no place in modern warfare. That modern warfare had now cost close to 1 million lives in only 5 weeks, and during the first few months of the war, an average of over 15,000 lives were lost every day. On September 14th, a shattered Moltke was removed from the German command. He had, in the end, found the casualties unbearable. And looking at the few orders he did issue the last 2 weeks of his command, you can see him slowly falling to pieces, but it's hard to have sympathy for him. No man on earth, not even Conrad, had done more to bring about the war than Moltke, but he proved incapable of commanding his nation's armies. 3 great offensives were over this week, and much of the pattern was set for the rest of the war. I'm going to end today's episode with a quote from the historian Martin Gilbert to tell you how. Denied their triumphal entry into Paris, the German army would go on fighting on the Western Front for another 4 years, as hopeful of victory in August 1918 as they had been in August 1914. But the hopes of a month earlier, of being able to defeat France in a knockout blow and then turn all their military strength against Russia, had been dashed. The war of rapid victories had become a strategy of the past and a dream for the future. Germany was going to have to fight simultaneously and with constant danger in both East and West. France was going to have to fight on French soil. Russia was going to have to regain land in the West, and Austria to regain land in the East. Christmas was still 3.5 months away, but every warring state was going to have to search for new strategies and even new allies. If you have any questions about this week in the Great War, or if you want to submit some of your own ideas, just leave them in the comments below. We'll get back to you. And an important update for our mobile viewers, you can find all of our useful links right below this video. September 18th, 19...
Так. Полетели дальше. Strafe the enemy troops in the trenches. Ну, понятно, опять окопы расстреливать. Весело мне, да, вполне. Есть, кстати, стратежка про Первую мировую на движке Man of War, который недавно играл. Не, я такую не знаю игру. Так. Так. Нормально. Топливо где взять? Нигде. Тебе должно хватить того, что у тебя есть. Ядрить, как эта пушка урона много всекла мне. Так, ну что, еще-то есть оружие у вас? Да, хорошо, что стамину вкачал, а то бы уже сейчас разваливался бы совсем. Ну что, наверное, сваливать надо. Нормально. Bomb the enemy convoy. Guns. Red Cross. Понятно. Так, ну и где этот конвой? По дороге, наверное, должен ехать, да? Угу. Блин, а вот это, кстати, будет не особо легко, наверное. Хотя не, нормально. Главное, только случайно в Красный Крест не попасть. Так, надо еще пушки повыносить. О, господи. Батла будет? Да, наверное, да. Чё такое, Ханимет? Опять какую-нибудь гадость хочешь написать, поди-ка. Когда Даркспайр перепройдешь. Ну, как выпадет, так и перепройду. На самом деле я дропну его. Strafe the enemy convoy. Опять? Так, ну теперь расстреливать надо. Так, ясно, он не с этой стороны идет. Эй! Я случайно. Военный преступник, да. Да что ж такое-то, а? Слава богу. Так, все, с этим разобрались. И теперь солдатиков пострелять. Да, блин, ну прям вот облетаю вот их прям. Приквел Порка Росса, но не совсем. Что? А почему фейлур, я не понял. У меня хп закончилось, я что-то проглядел. Сюжет антагонистов в этой игре проходить будешь? Нет. А что случилось, я не понял. Фьюэл закончился. Нифига. Блин, а я и не видел. Блин, он хоть бы запищал как-нибудь, что ли. Ой. Ну, про здание ничего сказано не было. Что их нельзя уничтожать. Вроде бы. А, тут еще один конвой едет. Блин, серьезно, я столько летал, что у меня топливо кончилось. ХП. Чуть не проглядел. Блин, солдат не настрелял. Серьезно, из-за здания? Блин, здание тоже нельзя было взрывать. Кому какое дело? Какой-то дом взорвал, господи. Пару солдат для верности подстрелить. Блин, опасно. Ну нафиг. А, ну нормально все. Четко. Лейтенант-полковник. Ничего себе. О, плей, как говорится, час. Да нет, там не час, там больше, конечно. Ну, 110 миссий, как ты хочешь. Ну, если я все правильно понимаю. Patrol the Western Front, attacked enemy aircraft. Окей. Резик новый завтра, потому что буду. Блин! Ну что за... Rogue Legacy 2 в разработке. Так я и первую-то не прошел еще. Где он? Блин, минус. Минус наш чел. Чел, это мой фраг. Майор Джей Браун нас покинул. И вместо него всего лишь жалкого капитана Гарланда дали. Это война, что поделать? Shoot down the German bomber. Да как ты выжил-то, блин? Да, блин, меня второй раз уже заджемило ствол. Каев, блин. Так, какая сволочь там стреляет по мне? Дрянь такая. Ты? Чел. Да как ты жив-то еще? О, у меня третье место теперь. Бонус догфайт. Так, ну ладно, давайте посмотрим еще по такому поводу. Кусочек истории.
September 18th, 1914. This week, we see the mobile and fast-paced war of the past 6 weeks turning into something never imagined that would prove more sinister and deadly than even the bloodiest battles of the war's beginning. This week began the war in the trenches. I'm Indy Nidell. Welcome to the Great War. At the beginning of the week, the Germans were retreating from the Marne River, having been stopped by the French and the British, but they were far from beaten. While on the Eastern Front, the Austro-Hungarian army was in disarray, retreating from the advancing Russians and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Here's what happened next. On September 13th, there was a meeting in France at General Joseph Joffre's headquarters. Joffre had been in large part responsible for the French disasters of August, but was now getting a lot of credit for the successes of September. The meeting was full of optimism, and what was being discussed was how long it would take to push the Germans back across their own border. Some thought 4 weeks, some thought only 3. Once again, people were talking of a war that would be over by Christmas. However, in practical terms, the French were running low on ammunition and were not really able to exploit the German retreat. And though the British were also advancing, they were advancing very slowly. As for the Germans, their brand new chief of staff, Erich Falkenhayn, former Prussian Minister of War, was a shot in the arm after his predecessor's nervous collapse. And on September 13th, a bloody month of fighting began as the Germans stopped their retreat on what is one of the best defensive positions in France, the Aisne River. The river itself is about 30 meters wide, with flat, low-lying ground stretching out for nearly 2 kilometers on either side with no possibility of concealment. Then there's suddenly a ridge over 100 meters high that levels off to a plateau. The Germans dug in on the north side of the river, a couple of miles from the ridge in a dense forest, but commanding a huge field of fire. That night, the British crossed the river and advanced under a heavy fog. But in the morning, the fog cleared and they were raked with fire and suffered heavy losses. By that morning of September 14th, though, they were established on the northern bank of the Aisne, but the troops were in a terrible state. Many hadn't eaten for days and they were soaked, exhausted, and overlooked along the entire line by the German army. Not good. But for the next 4 weeks, they gamely struggled to mount the ridge while the Germans tried to drive them back to the river. Despite thousands of casualties each day on both sides, neither succeeded. Nobody was planning on retreating, though, and on September 14th, 1914, British Commander John French gave the first orders for the British to entrench. The Germans were digging in as well, and this was the beginning of trench warfare. See, the Battle of the Aisne was the start of something different. The British troops who fought there reported that it was far worse than earlier battles at Mons or Les Cateaux, for the simple reason that the battle was so interminably long. And this was very much the nature of the new style of warfare. Battles no longer lasted an afternoon, but could go on uninterrupted for weeks, with artillery barrages lasting for hours and hours. The only way for a man to survive in this war was to make himself invisible, digging himself into the ground. Nobody was really prepared for digging trenches, though. The Germans had spades, which they used to dig small holes for individuals when under artillery fire, but the German equipment was all designed to fit German battle plans, which involved a highly mobile war that could be won in a matter of weeks. They did adapt fairly quickly, though, producing things like rifle grenades and converting things like periscopes and flares for trench warfare. Initially, the trenches were not connected in trench lines and were not particularly deep, but they soon became more and more advanced. Frontline troops would live in underground dorms with storehouses that were built into the wall facing the enemy so they couldn't be shelled. There were communication trenches, backup trenches in case of retreat, eventually a whole network across the entire front with enemies that were often only 100 meters apart. Commander French described the suddenly new situation on September 16th as a stalemate in our favor. But he realized and said even then that in this war, a spade was as useful as a rifle. But stalemate it was in the West, as the battle raged on day after day for a month. The weather was abysmal, and spirits on both sides were at a low. But think how much lower they may have been had they known that the front at which they were fighting would remain virtually unchanged for the next 4 years. In the East, though, it was anything but a stalemate. By September, the Germans realized they had to do something to save Austria-Hungary's bacon. German General Ludendorff went to visit the Austrian Army Chief of Staff, Konrad von Hotzendorf. Now, Konrad was one of the chief architects of the whole war, though he proved to be a terrible leader. But still, he managed to convince Ludendorff that the Austrian army was in such a terrible state because they'd been holding off the Russians so the Germans could tackle the French. Konrad's army was indeed in a terrible state. They'd already lost 500,000 men, 100,000 of them captured, and the army was shutting itself into the fortress of Przemysl on the slopes of the Carpathians with 120,000 men. Now, you'd think it would have collapsed as all the other fortresses did to modern artillery, but the mud was too thick there for the Russians to get artillery into place. The war in the East, though, was really a logistical catastrophe. The spaces to cover were just so large and communications were so awful. And then the autumn rains came and turned everything to mud. There weren't enough railways, and there were just too many men to supply. In some units, in fact, only the men in the very front had rifles, and you had to wait until someone was killed before you could get one. But they had men, certainly Russia did, men by the millions. Over in the West, though, one of the main British problems had been that her army was very small compared to those of France or Germany. But Britain had just engaged in one of the most famous advertising campaigns in history.
О, у нас в игре
And
это
on
было.
September 12th, Britain announced that in only 6 weeks, 478,000 men had volunteered. She had managed to raise an army without any of the mandatory service the Continental armies all used. However, there were some issues with that army. Professional British soldiers despaired of the quality of the new units, going so far as to call them ridiculous and pointing out that it had taken the Germans 40 years of hard work and conscription to create their army. One curiosity of the new recruits is that they were mostly formed of PALS battalions, which were entirely people from the same town or the same profession. Now this led to a little side note. The British didn't think at the time that without units being geographically mixed, the entire male population of a whole town could be wiped out in a day in a single battle. They would learn this the hard way. Rarely has a mood changed in war as quickly as it did on the Western Front this week in 1914. At the beginning of the week, optimism was high in the British and French armies as the Germans retreated from the Marne. But this was before the armies all reached the Aisne. Entrenchment began, and the war of weeks-long, continuous battles and bombardments began. What we see by the end of the week is that the quality and ingenuity of the armies was increasing, even as the death toll mounted. But in spite of all the new advances designed to give an advantage, none was gained by either side, and the war of rapid victories was over for good. The excruciating, stagnant war in the mud had begun on both the Western and Eastern fronts. It would remain in the mud for the next 4 years. If you just joined our show, though, and you wonder how the whole thing started, check out our 3 Prelude to War specials and our very first episode right here. And for more updates on the events of 100 years ago, follow us on Twitter. September 25th, 1914. The mobile war...
И да, к сожалению, на этом моменте заканчиваются нормальные русские сабы. Да. И дальше можно смотреть только с автоматически созданными сабами. Вот такие вот дела. Кому-то надоело? Да, типа того. Сморки пусть страдают. Слушай, я на самом деле не уверен, что здесь даже я справлюсь, потому что тут все-таки... Это тебе не ситком смотреть. Прямую войну, го. Это если самый норм будет? Нет, будет не норм. Это тебе будет норм. Kill Franz Butcher and his wingman. Окей. Да блин, все-таки столкнулся. Ну, конечно. Ты зараза. Интересно, возможно такая ситуация, что самолеты противника два просто столкнутся друг с другом? Или здесь только со мной столкновение возможно? Ну, хоть бы одного. Не понял, я ж впереди видел одного. Вон же он, супер далеко. Окей. Спасибо, стример 73. За рейд и за 56 лет. Весело мне, да? Супер балдежная игра выпала. Нихера он мне насувал, блин. Дичь какая. Ну подожди, ну куда ты? Как так-то, блин, я же прокачал урон. Опа! Последний орденок. О, в топ-2, наконец-то. Интересно, долго ли до конца еще? Man the guns, join the navy. Опа, морская компания пошла. Ну давайте тогда сейчас ластецкую миссию здесь играем. И пойдем тогда в батлу поиграем. Застилил фраг. Ну чё за крыса, а? Ну где он? Ни черта не понимаю. Попался. Чел, хватит так вилять жестко. Блин, вот это дебильное, конечно, исчезание их. О, боже мой. О, может, можно... Можно посадить? Но все это не очень понятно, конечно, мне. Все эти фишки, учитывая, что здесь все равно сейф-лоуд есть. И как бы необходимость этого не очень мне понятна. Но это приятное все равно такое дополнение, конечно. Чуть не столкнулись опять. Чёртовы камикадзечи, блин, ну ё-моё. Готов. Ну вот на этом тогда давайте остановимся. Ну, пойдемте поиграем в батлу. На режим играть? Ну да. Кажется, игра 60 FPS идет. Я хрен его знает, чел. Я вообще о таких вещах не думаю. Я не знаю, сколько здесь до конца, сколько тут это будет продолжаться кампании. Хрен его знает. Хрен его знает. Ну, что-то мне кажется, что еще долго, потому что, ну, единственное, что мы знаем, это то, что здесь, то, что мы видели, что здесь 110 миссий, 220 всего за 2 кампании, по 110 получается в каждой. Сколько я прошел, я не знаю. Ну, штук 30, наверное, я прошел. Ремейк этой игры заценим? Да, наверное, нет, зачем? Текст. Тогда мы что делаем? Убираем вот это. Так, напоминаю, канал, который мы смотрели на ютубе, называется The Great War. Если кому интересно продолжить смотреть его, вы можете это сделать там. Так, с РГГ на сегодня все. Пойдемте устроим такой небольшой послестримье. Повоюем в Battlefield, в первом. Так, давайте тогда рамку пофикшу.